have analysts here for the next hour and a half to answer all of your questions. We also have, friendly reminder, our final Millie Maker of the regular season for DraftKings, everybody. Just $20 to enter. So get after it. $20 could win a millie. That's a nice return on investment. Let's go ahead and wish the first three analysts of the morning a good top of the morning. DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, Kenny Ducey. Your favorite bets on the sports book right now. That is what we will be discussing and gossiping about. Jeffrey, you are up first.
Well, I have two favorite bets this week. I'm going to save my against the spread bet because I think someone else in this segment might be on the same bet as me. But I am going to go to I'm going to go to the primetime game. I'm going to go to Washington, Philly. And I'm going to take the under here, 43.5. In what world is this game going to be a shootout? You've got Washington, who's been relying on their defense all year. And then you've got Philly, who, again, struggled to score points against the Cowboys. Both these teams rank in the bottom 12 in terms of points scored. And Washington is the favorite here, and they have the worst offense. So this is a Washington team who hasn't scored more than 23 points in 4 straight games. They didn't score more than 20 points in the last 2 games. And I get it. Alex Smith is back. He's not 100%. And the Eagles' D-line is pretty good here. I really like the under in this spot. Washington is 5-10. At hitting overs this year. Philly has a losing record against the over as well. 43.5 seems actually way too big for me. I really like the under here.
Pierce, how do you feel about Jeff's selection?
Well, there's an interesting angle here, and Jeff didn't really talk about this, but he's right that this number is probably too high. First of all, yeah, Washington's playing not a very good offense, and they have a lot of guys that are banged up. And then you look on the other side of the ball, Philly, their whole defense basically is not playing. The whole defense wasn't playing as of yesterday. We've got even more players not playing. It looks like a really bad game, which should open up some points for Washington, but it's not going to really make that big of a difference. If you look at the line, this game opened up around a 1.5 favorite for Washington. It's now up to 6.5 with all of the news of players going out. So we've seen the spread move a lot. But the money line or the over-under has not moved much yet. So you probably is now the time to lock it in because this thing's probably going to plummet over the next couple minutes.
Yeah, and just to that point, if Washington gets out in front, they're just going to run the ball and make it slow. So I still like the under there.
Right, win and you're in for Washington. It's that simple. Kenny, do you have an opinion on Jeff's favorite bet this morning?
I do. It's a good one. It's a positive one. Jeff, I love this bet. I think that you're right on the money. Look at Philadelphia. Struggling as well over the last 3, just 22 points per game and 21 for the season. Washington 17 per game over the last 3. And it's just very logical, right? You take an elite defense and a bad offense. And yes, I think Washington could win this game 10-3. It's crazy, right? And we'll talk about primetime later in the show, but you think Jalen Hurts will have a good game. But, you know, I think that we saw last week that he had a lot of, he still has a lot of rookie in him. And against Chase Young, I think things could get very tricky for Philadelphia. We know that this team has struggled to score all season long. And while Hurts looks like he's the better option, the pocket should really be collapsing around him all game long. And I'm just not sure how Philadelphia runs up the score here. And conversely, Washington, against a bad defense, should get out in front. But then again, they should just feed Antonio Gibson.
Kenny, it is time for you to wish all of our lovely viewers a top of the morning. What is your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook right now?
Hey, good morning, folks. You're not going to be surprised by my favorite bet, and Jeff agreed with it, so I don't know if that means that it's going to lose. I think probably, right? But Jets +3, I think, is a fantastic bet, and this is not a homer pick whatsoever. Look, both of these teams, the season's over for them. The Jets can win, they can lose, doesn't matter. They'll be number 2 in the NFL draft. This is a team that's actually looked really good over the last 2 weeks. This defense, since firing Greg Williams, and I'll be the first to say, I thought Greg Williams was a good defensive coordinator. You look all around at his resume, all the defenses that he's worked with, they've all come up in rankings since he's been there. But somehow after firing Greg Williams, this defense has become amazing. And this is not, really fluky, right? These are a lot of rookies for the Jets that are playing really for the first time in their career. They were just activated about midway through the season. You look at a guy like Bryce Hall, who's been fantastic at corner, Jonathan Franklin Myers on the line. They've had a lot of great performances from that front 7. Neville Hewitt, of course, has been the consistent guy. So anyway, I like this defense. And look, Cam Newton's been awful. I think we know at this point the Pats are not good. They haven't covered since their blowout win against the Chargers, which was 4 weeks ago. They've lost their last 3 games by a combined 70 points. And the Jets, the Rams, the Browns, averaging just 18 points over the last 2 weeks against them. So this defense has shown up. The Patriots are looking real bad. And I think that the offense does enough here to win this game. And I think +3 is fantastic here to DraftKings Sportsbook. You get a little bit of a cushion.
All right. Well, Adam Gase is reportedly out the door after today. So there's a possibility here. All of the guys, all of the players just leave it out on the field for Mr. Gase. Jeff, Kenny said before he delivered his answer that you agreed with this bet. Is that true?
It is, man. We're starting 2021 off on a real positive note here. Everyone's supporting each other. I like it. Let's be positive in 2021. I really like this bet. I think Kenny actually made some really good points there with the young players, too. The defensive line is playing really good. Also, they're forced to play Ty Johnson over 40-year-old Frank Gore now. Ty Johnson's their best running back. I think Sam Darnold is in a prove-it spot. There's talk about him getting traded. He's got to come out and play well here. I think it's a great spot for Jets +3. And look, their weakness is their secondary. The Patriots can't throw the ball, so it doesn't even matter. I like the Jets +3 a lot.
Pierce, how much do you like the Jets +3?
Well, if we all agree on the Jets, then I hope the listeners or viewers are definitely going to fade us. But yeah, the Jets, even before some of this later breaking news, just on paper, it looks like it should go to the Jets. The offense in New England looks terrible. They're without their best running back. They're facing a good run defense. And it looks like, New England loves to put a bunch of players on the injury report, and then they aren't really injured. But it looks like I've seen a couple of tweets. I'd have to look again, but it appears that they're really going to sit some of these plays, especially on the defensive line and linebackers, which is going to make Ty Johnson an even better fantasy play. But it looks like the Jets should win this game. I like it. I hate that I'm saying that.
Well, could be expected to be Cam Newton's farewell to New England after just one season. As Adam Schefter this morning reported that the two sides are expected to part ways in the offseason. I don't think that's a major surprise for anyone who has watched Cam Newton play this year. But let's go ahead, Pierce. Talk to me about your favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook right now.
I'm going with Kirk Cousins over 279.5 yards facing the Detroit Lions. We know Dalvin Cook's not playing. That really limits the running game. It's going to open up the pass. And we've seen an Alexander Madison game before when we all thought, Alexander Madison's going to step in, and he did absolutely nothing in that game. And what happened was Kirk Cousins threw for 343 yards in that game. I know they were behind, but still they chose to pass. And I imagine today they're not going to give the ball to Mike Boone and Alexander Madison. They're going to pass against Detroit because you can. It's the worst pass DVOA. They have the 28th ranked pass rush. If you look at Cousins, 6 of the last 7 games, he's gone over 270 yards. The Lions allow 278 passing yards per game. It is a tricky day when we're trying to predict and project what's going to happen. We don't know who's going to sit and who's going to go. But it seems that the Vikings are going to try to win this game. And we have seen the Lions stick around teams with Stafford at quarterback. They're not getting blown out. They're keeping games close. So Cousins is going to be on the field, and the Vikings have not blown out anyone either. These games stay close. They're going to have to stay on the throttle, have to keep passing, and there's definitely some Vikings receivers trying to stat stuff to set some records here. I think they're going to pass the ball a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see Cousins go for 300 yards in this game.
All right, Kenny, how do we feel about this?
I don't hate it. This doesn't really fit my narrative this week of prove-it quarterbacks with Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, guys that just are going to be giving it their all here. Kirk Cousins is sitting on his, $66 million over 2 years. But, look, Detroit is just a garbage secondary. So I don't hate it, Pierce. I do think that this narrative fits throwing the football, and we know Kirk Cousins has the weapons. This defense just gave up 477 yards through the air, 345 per game over the last 3, which is obviously inflated because of last week, but this is still the 3rd worst pass defense in the NFL according to passing yards per game. So it certainly is a good spot to exploit a bad defense. I'll give you that, Pierce, and wasn't one that immediately jumped out at me, but it sounds good.
Jeff, does it sound good to you?
I don't know how you take any under against Detroit in any Vikings offensive player here after what the Bucs did to them after their last couple games, quite frankly. Yeah, I pretty much agree. I mean, Alex Madison also isn't 100%. I think the Vikings are going to try and stat stuff Justin Jefferson, which is just going to flow passing yards to Kirk Cousins. So I would definitely lean over here as well.
Jeff, can I just ask you real quick, what do you think the impact on the Saints having no running backs today?
You know what? I don't think it's going to be as big a deal as people think, because they do have Ty Montgomery, who has, is an actual running back, and Taysom Hill is just going to play 50% of the snaps. I mean, obviously they'd rather have Kamara out there, but I don't think their offense is actually going to look that different. I think it could make for a closer game. I actually do like Carolina on the taking the points with Carolina there as a bet, but I feel like, Montgomery's probably going to be an okay play at the very least for DFS. I'm not super bullish on him, but I think overall their offense isn't going to be that different because of Taysom Hill.
Okay. What do you think, Kenny?
I agree. I think that we oftentimes overstate these impacts. And yeah, you mentioned Ty Montgomery, former Jet. He is a running back, former Packer as well. He was great with Aaron Rodgers for a year. And, they could just do so many things here, right? They could get Traquan Smith involved as a running back. So I just think that it's ultimately going to be probably Taysom Hill most of the time at running back, but, mixing in a real running back in Montgomery and maybe Traquan Smith as well, just getting the ball into some speedier hands. But again, we've seen with wide receivers all around the NFL, even a guy like Robert Woods right now gets carries. Wide receivers can run the football too. And they have plenty of playmakers on that offense. So I agree that I'm not really sure, like, the Saints just absolutely step on their throats today. So I could see Carolina covering, but yeah, I think that ultimately they could still easily win this game. I don't think it changed the offense too much.
You see Carolina covering because of this, Pierce?
I don't believe that Ty Montgomery news really affects the line that much, and we haven't seen that much of a swing. They're still going to move the ball. I would say the real angle here would be the DFS angle of Ty Montgomery. Is he going to be a good play or not? And he'll get plenty of action. I believe the volume will be there, and he might get you there via PPR, but I don't see the touchdowns coming. I mean, you look at some of the other value plays like Ty Johnson, he's got much more of a touchdown opportunity than we got from Ty Montgomery. You could see Drew Brees sneaky get in, and obviously Taysom Hill is going to come onto the field and sneak some touchdowns. I would not be surprised to see Montgomery not find the end zone at all.
All right, gentlemen, lovely work. We're going to break out the whiteboards coming up next for some Week 17 DFS point predictions right after this break. Hello, everyone. I'm Emerson Lotzia. Welcome back to DraftKings' The Sweats. Go ahead, grab your magic markers. Go ahead and grab that 120 count box of Crayola crayons right now and play along with us, please, because we're going to have these gentlemen put it on the whiteboard now. Hello to DraftKings contributors. Good morning, Steve Buchanan, Reed Fowler, and Gary and Thorne. You guys will put it on the board. You guys will take a guess at how many fantasy points the following players will have. Guys, first one, John Wolford, quarterback for the Rams, making his – I already see Steve rolling his eyes very hard. In a must-win, in a win and end game for the Rams, he's making his first career start. I do want you guys to keep in mind before you make your point predictions here that he and I went to the same high school, okay?
No, you did not.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, buddy. I paved the way for this guy. My 2-catch per game average in high school paved the way for this kid. Okay, so that said, looks like you guys all changed your points. Reed T. Fowler, what do you expect from this kid under center for the Rams?
I'm just doing some simple math here. There we go.
Well, shouldn't we show?
Yeah, go ahead. Show him first. Show him first. So I haven't been on the show in like a month, so I'm having a massive brain fart.
So I got 10.72, a 0.01 Emerson bump brings me to 10.73.
Wait a minute. Okay, all right. And then I'm looking. Gary went with like almost 20 points. Reed, why did you not give it a bigger boost?
Well, if you take your 2-catch average, I don't know if you got yards, I don't know if you got touchdowns. If you take that, if you amortize that over however long you've been away from the team, I feel like there is some lore about your tight end prowess back at high school. So I feel like as an emotional bump, you get that 0.01, but that's about it.
Oh, interesting. Gary, I'll go to you because you have the highest expectations out of this kid. Why is that?
I mean, I just think he's a mobile quarterback in a system that I trust. Look, I don't think Jared Goff's very good at playing quarterback in the NFL, but he's had a couple 30-point games this season. And really, it's only because Sean McVay is in Los Angeles calling the plays. So I trust McVay of, the coaches we have given in this league to maybe prepare a quarterback like this. And Wolford, like I said, he's mobile. He's someone who ran for almost 700 yards and 10 touchdowns his senior season at Wake. His 3-cone drill off the charts. I know everyone's been talking about that this week. Look, I just think he's someone you can design, rollouts. You can design like really scripted plays, and there's a chance they get down in this game. There's probably a pretty good chance they get down in this game and create a passing script. And Arizona's defense is not exactly amazing. This is a team that literally 8 days ago let CJ Beathard throw for 3 touchdowns. So I just don't see why he can't have a relatively average day today.
Steve, you went under like 5 points. I want you to keep in mind this kid accounted for 10 touchdowns once in a high school game.
No. Oh, let me get my marker back out. I mean, that take from Gary was so asinine. My dog actually walked into the room. She never comes
was in. Was it too logical for you? Or are you too busy? Like you're used to arguing with Kenny. So when someone's actually here spitting facts, is that a little harder for you, Steve?
It is, but she came in because she just had to hear that for herself, and she's already left the room already. But this is somebody who hasn't taken a meaningful snap since 2017. Just for reference, that's when the Chainsmokers came out with that awful singer Closer, and that's how long ago it was. Ooh. Thank God that song's off the radio because I can't stand that song. The Cardinals are just going to try to get pressure on this guy. I mean, it's not a team that has a great pass rush, but they're able to get pressure on Jared Goff. 25% of his dropbacks when they played back in week 13. They don't have Cooper Kupp. They're missing a bunch of guys. What's they gonna have to keep hitting, Josh Reynolds all game? I mean, come on. This is not going to happen. 4.7, and I'm probably being generous. If Garion is playing him, I recommend you challenge him to a head-to-head today.
You guys want 3-cone drill info or Chainsmokers info? I feel
hold
like one
on.
of those is more useful than the other.
I have some other fantastic information with this kid. So he's a former teammate at Wake Forest of Matt James. Tomorrow, Matt James will make his debut as the Bachelor.
I just really want to move on to the next play.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's great. We're going to move on to one of Walford's current teammates. His name is Robert Woods. I need you guys to put down your point predictions for Robert Woods today. All right, this is a guy who had 8.9 fantasy points against Seattle last week. He's kind of been hit or miss over the past few weeks. 8 points, then 21, then 8, and then 18 and a half, averaging north of 16 per game. Let's see what you guys put on the whiteboard for Robert Woods right now. Garion's going 14-7. Steve, again, ridiculously low, 3-6, 10-2, which I guess if you're low on the quarterback, you're going to be low on this guy, right? His wide receivers, top target today.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to the Chainsmokers. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, if I don't like the quarterback, I'm not going to like the receivers either. I just think he's going to have a really hard time hitting these guys. I mean, if he's going to be doing quick checkdowns, which could be a thing, or if they're handing off the ball as much as they can to Malcolm Brown, I just don't see a path where Robert Woods is going to be a big factor in this game. I mean, I could be totally wrong with Robert Woods because he's by far the most talented player that's going to be on the field for the Rams today, especially if Cam Akers doesn't end up playing. But I just don't see the path where we're going to see this amazing game and the Rams go on to the playoffs here. So I'm low on everybody here. I mean, like Garion said, he did say the Cardinals defense is not a great one. That's totally true. But I'm also taking into account, like I said, this is a guy who hasn't played in a game since 2017. I can't have all this faith in him.
Garion, so you have a little more faith in him. 18.5 points he had against Arizona back in week 13 on 10 catches, 85 yards. So you expect something similar with a new quarterback?
I mean, I think it's important, though, to Steve's point, like, we don't really know how the system is going to work. And my confidence in Wofford is very much tied to his ability to run and scramble. And I think that's probably how he's going to generate most of his fantasy points. That's obviously not conducive to stacking him with someone like Robert Woods. Like, I don't think this is going to be a game where he throws for like 350 yards. I don't think that's on the table. That said, I mean, when you look at Robert Woods, he's one of 5 receivers in the NFL since week 11 to have more than 60 targets. And now he's going into a game where Cooper Kupp's 23% target rate isn't on the field. So, I mean, he could realistically, in a certain script, see like 15 targets in this game. He might only catch 6 of them. That's really the thing. So that's why I've got, some confidence in Wofford, like to the point where I could actually play him in a lineup, but I don't think I'm stacking him. I think you play him naked if you're going to play him at all.
And Reed, you kind of fell between these guys. You were like an average of Garion and Steve.
Yeah. Oh, am I in this segment? Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I know you're a little rusty there, Emerson. No, it's okay. It's okay. We missed Jesse a little bit. I'm just kidding.
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding.
I am sensitive today. Dude. I am very sensitive.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, big Chainsmokers fan. That was a cool song, by the way. Anyway, Robert Woods, 10.2. Look, like these guys laid out, I'm not going to belabor the point too much, but he's seen a ton of targets, 8 per game, and he's also probably going to get involved more in the rushing game. He's not going to have a ton, but when you have Cam Akers questionable with the high ankle sprain, I don't know how he's going to play in this game. Malcolm Brown should get the bulk of these carries. I could see Robert Woods getting a little bit more work, and if he sneaks in for a touchdown, the 10.2 is probably a little sheepish on what we could expect from him. 6 catches on 15 or 11 targets doesn't seem out of the question. But yeah, Robert Woods has proven more than just a receiver to catch balls. He's definitely involved in this rushing game, especially if these guys are out, running backs.
Let's go to the running back position. Reed T. Fowler, you guys put it on the board. DeAndre Swift. What do we expect from the Detroit Lions rookie running back who's averaging 15 fantasy points per game in his first season in the league, 10 last week at home against Tampa Bay when Tampa Bay absolutely smoked Detroit. So let's see it. Show the people what you expect. Garion, 26-6. Good golly, Miss Molly. 19-7 from Steve. 22-9 from Reed T. Fowler. Hey, Reed, good to have you here. Why'd you decide to go with 22-9?
Oh, like Stafford is in, so he's going to play. I think that actually helps DeAndre Swift. And if it was one of the other two guys, no way, not a chance. He's got 5 targets in each of his last 4 games, 4 catches, and that's really where I think he's going to make his hay here. Is that when you look at Minnesota's defense, especially without Eric Kendricks, who's been a big piece missing in that defense. This Minnesota run defense is putrid. And when you look at DeAndre Swift, I really hope that Adrian Peterson, for as much as he's done for this entire NFL, I just hope they don't roll out him too much. And DeAndre Swift in this last game gets fully used. 12 attempts, 96 rushing yards, 4 catches is probably where I got him, and a touchdown. I think he gets in the end zone against this really bad Minnesota defense.
Yeah, Steve, Reed's right there. I mean, he's got 5 targets, 6 of his last 7 games here. So he's pretty active, obviously, in the passing game. You think having Stafford in there is going to make a difference today?
Reed bringing up that Adrian Peterson thing, now I'm like cringing. Now I'm like, no. Oh, no. Anyways, here's the good thing about Swift is that even if the Lions fall behind, he's still very active. Like Reed said, 5 targets over the last 3 games. He has at least 4 in every game but 1 this season. So they do like using him in that role as well. And then he's coming off a game last week, 31.1% of the team's touches, which is far and away more than anybody. And the matchup is great too. This is just such a good matchup for him that you would expect him to be very active in this game. But holy crap, I am absolutely thrown for a loop. I did not consider that at all. I'm panicking right now. So we might need to cut this segment a little bit short.
Yeah, you are freaking out. Do you want to change your point prediction at all, Garion?
I don't think I'm going to, but yeah, Howard. That was something I had not considered. And spoiler alert, I guess I'll be working up a sweat about that in about an hour. Adrian Peterson legacy game is now kind of hanging over my head here, but I think the point to take from this is And look, this is a weird week. Like some games matter, some games don't, and that means different things in different scenarios. This is a game where we could legitimately see 75 points. Yep. Like we've seen the Vikings games in the recent past. I mean, the last 2 weeks are great examples. Even a game Bears-Vikings that I don't think anyone would have predicted 2 months ago to be a game that gave us 70 points. We got there easily. So this is a matchup of two teams that are giving up over 7 yards per play over their last 3 games. There is no defense here. And DeAndre Swift, he's played at least 65% of the snaps his last 2 games. Seems like he's fully back from that concussion, which is pretty scary. Honestly, if you want to start a lineup with like DeAndre Swift and Alexander Mattison, I don't hate that build. Like, just get parts of this game.
All right, up next, a Jacksonville Jaguars legend, Allen Robinson, now suiting up for the Chicago Bears. So he's got Mitch Trubisky at quarterback, guys, has looked pretty damn good over the past 2 weeks. I guess pretty damn good for Mitch Trubisky. But Allen Robinson, 23 fantasy points against Jacksonville last week. He went 12, had 30 back in week 14. So what do we expect from Allen Robinson in a win and end scenario at home against Green Bay today? 20 from Garion, 20 from Steve, 18-5 from Reed, who rubs it in with a little hashtag Duval. Gare Bear, why 20?
I mean, he's just getting peppered with targets right now. You go back to week 12 when Trubisky took over, he's got a 30% target share. He's averaging over 21 DraftKings points in that span of time. And I think the important thing to remember, and this was kind of apparent in their last game against Green Bay, is Jair Alexander does not shadow. He sticks on his side of the field. Allen Robinson moves everywhere. So it's not like this is a one-on-one matchup that would be a terrible matchup, if we're being perfectly honest. He's going to get to pick on the lesser Packers corners in this game. And I think this is a scenario where if he has less than 12 targets, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, Steven, 13 targets in 3 of his last 5 games since Mitch Trubisky has returned.
Yeah, and, we talked about that last game, the Lions and Vikings, to be a high-scoring game. If that game is not the highest-scoring game, this one could easily be, because both teams are playing for something. This is a very, very meaningful game for both sides. And then just kind of expand on that too. Gary said a 30% target share for Robinson since Mitch Trubisky was the starter again. That even expands back to the couple games that he started in the beginning of the year. And since Trubisky has come back as the starter, Robinson has 11 red zone targets. Just for reference, nobody has more than 3. Allen Robinson, if they're not running the ball, they are going to him in the red zone. So, that is the connection there. The only reason why I don't want to go a bit higher is because the matchup for David Montgomery is excellent as well. They like using him on the ground, through the air, so he could take away some of those targets or whatnot. But there is just so many ways that you can beat the Packers on the ground specifically that I think it will take away a bit from Robinson. But don't make that shy. Don't shy away from him, because this is a great matchup, like Gary alluded to as well.
Reed, you're shying away from him a little more than these two, though.
Yeah, and it's not because I don't think Allen Robinson is great. The conspiracy theorists will say maybe Allen Robinson throws this game because he doesn't want Trubisky back in Chicago. No, that's not going to happen. Because, look, he's playing essentially for his future in Chicago and in other teams, right? And he's been playing fantastic. Trubisky, that is. But Allen Robinson, the one thing that scares me is not him. It is Trubisky against the Packers. Overall, he's 1-5 with 7 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. And so, again, I know Steve doesn't like historical stats, but that's just painting a picture of Trubisky. We always like to say, well, he plays well against Detroit, so let's play Trubisky against Detroit. We also got to take into account, everyone does. I think you also said that as well, is that, it's true, but people also lose playing Trubisky. Like that's a known fact. Maybe not in the last month, but that's the only thing. I got him for 7 catches, 55 yards, and a touchdown. That still puts him up in the high teens. I think he's a great play no matter what, because he's one of the best receivers we got.
Yeah, and there's some rumblings already that he wants back to Jacksonville when Urban Meyer is hired as Tim Tebow is playing quarterback. Guys, well done. All 3 of you are very smart and creative. We got some primetime picks to deliver ahead of tonight's crucial Washington-Philly game. We've also got a report on the latest of Carson Wentz's future in Philadelphia. We'll give you that right after this healthy dose of Pat Mayo.
I'm Pat Mayo with your DraftKings picks for week 17 at wide receiver, tight end, and quarterback. Maybe jam them all together with some correlated stacks as well. First up, wide receiver position. I think it's a pay up or pay mid-tier week, because we already talked about in the running back video that there's a substantial amount of salary cap that you can save at both running back and defense this week, allowing you to pay up for a stud or two and then hit that mid-tier if you really want to. At the very high end, it's very clear, it's breaking news to anyone, but Davante Adams is by far the best player of the week against the Bears. He's super expensive. He's going to take up a lot of your salary cap, but you can make that work if you structure everything else. Probably means you can't play Kamara or Derrick Henry, but that's okay. As I talked about in the running back video, there are other running backs that you can pay up for at a discount price off those two that are still studly, or just pay down if you want to. So you can get Adams in. If you don't like Adams, Calvin Ridley is a part of a Tampa Bay stack with Evans and Brady and Gronk. Bring it back with Calvin Ridley. I think that is a very low-owned way you can go this week, because everyone's going to want to get up to Adams because everyone knows it's a great play. That's why you should still probably play him at the same time. Other than that, I think then after those two guys, you drop down into the fives. There's a lot of great $5,000 receivers this week, but even at the very bottom, you can go with Marvin Jones at $5,100. It looks like Stafford is going to play, and even if he doesn't make it the entire way, Chase Daniel's good enough that he can get Marvin Jones the ball with Kenny Golladay out in a really nice matchup this week against Minnesota. That game in general, probably even stacking the Cousins, Thielen, Jefferson side of the ball, bring it back with Marvin Jones or potentially TJ Hawkinson. Or if you want to roll the dice and think that Stafford can make it through this game, it's a great scenario to be in. Then you can bring it back with one or even two of the options on the Minnesota side of the ball if you really want to. That's all really expensive, but again, pay down at defense, pay down at running back, you can make it work. Other than that, Rashard Higgins is probably the best $4,000 receiver at $4,500, although I do like DJ Chark in this matchup where the Jags should be playing from behind, throwing the ball a ton. And Chark, coming off that injury about a month ago, continues to get better week by week by week, and we've seen his target share go up a lot too. So at receiver, that's where you should go. At quarterback, it depends on the stack that you want to take. If you're playing Davante Adams, you might want to play Aaron Rodgers along with him. That's going to be the most popular one of the week. I mentioned Kirk Cousins and Tom Brady and Deshaun Watson. Those three guys should probably be, if you're going to play one lineup, use one of those three guys. Cousins is the cheapest. He's probably the worst of the bunch, but that is the highest total game on the slate. So one to attack if you really want to go down that route. Brady's hard to correlate with because we don't know where the ball is going to go. He has so many options. So you could potentially even play Brady by himself in a game that looks like they're running everyone out there for the entire game. Put it this way, if Tom Brady leaves the game at halftime, again, it's because he's thrown 5 touchdowns, not because they're worried about him getting injured. So if you really want to do that stack, again, you can go Brady, Evans, maybe even Gronk because he's a little bit cheaper along the same side. Bring it back with Calvin Ridley. You are good to go in that circumstance. If you're just going to play a one-off at tight end and not put it in as a part of your stack, you have flexibility at any tier. George Kittle is way cheaper than he should be at $6,000. He's a fine play. I prefer Jeff Wilson to play from the San Francisco side of the ball, but if you don't play him, Kittle at the same price makes a lot of sense. TJ Hawkinson, a bit riskier because you don't know the health status of Matthew Stafford, but his price is down. I like his spot too. But again, if you play Hawkinson and you're not playing Matthew Stafford, you probably don't play Marvin Jones. I prefer Jones over Hawkinson. But again, that depends on your build. Hawkinson is cheaper than Marvin Jones if that's the line that you want as a part of your bring back in, let's say, a Vikings stack on the other side of the ball. But if you just want to save the money, a safe floor play. Granted, he has to play, but it looks like he's trending in that direction. Evan Ingram is only $3,700. He's coming off a 10-target game. This is against Dallas. It should be high-paced. That Evan Ingram is probably the best points per dollar play of the week at the tight end position. Once again, you can find my cheat sheet up on dkplaybook.com as of Saturday, and that'll do it. Smash the like. I'll see you in the playoffs. If you're looking for the full Week 17 breakdown show, check out the Pat Mayo Experience show on the Mayo Media Network YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Sweat. We have less than an hour to go here, so make sure you got those bets in. Make sure you got your lineups locked in DFS. If you're thinking ahead to tonight's Sunday night showdown between the Eagles hosting Washington. Washington must win this thing in order to win the NFC East. Don't worry. We've got some guys here to help you with some showdown picks. Jeff Ulrich, Pierce Dietrich, Kenny Ducey, three-headed monster of DraftKings contributors. Yes, prime time picks. Jeff, who do you captain in this one?
I'm going to go with Antonio Gibson. And look, I think you'll probably get a little bit of lower ownership just because he's still got that questionable tag. But everything about Antonio Gibson is pointing towards he's actually fine. He's practiced in limited fashion. He does have a bit of a toe thing, but it's just about making sure he doesn't get re-injured. He looked good last week. He averaged over 6 yards per carry. It's just that Dwayne Haskins was turning the ball over every single series, so he only got 10 carries. Alex Smith is back. The Eagles' rush defense has been really hit or miss lately. You can definitely run on them a bit. And like I said, Gibson has looked really good over his last 3 or 4 starts where he's been healthy. So I think this is a really good spot for Washington to just run the ball, because the Eagles' D-line is decimated. They're sitting players. They have nothing to play for. So I like paying up for Gibson in the captain spot here.
Who do you like paying up for, Kenny?
I'm going to Logan Thomas, 11.7K at the captain spot. You're not saving the most money with Logan Thomas, but I think that this is a fantastic spot because I want to also get some high-priced guys in my lineup. Since Alex Smith became the starter in Week 10, he is averaging over 6 catches per game on 8 targets. Those 4 games they played together, he caught his 2 touchdowns that he's had over the last 6 games. And 56.7 yards per game as well. This guy's just an absolute monster. He's been getting so many targets lately, and he is probably the most skilled player on that offense. Terry McLaurin's very good, right? It's hard right now because he's been in a slump, and I do like him in this matchup, but I think Logan Thomas right now might be the hottest player on that Washington offense. So in a game where I think they come out strong, they win convincingly over the Eagles, I think that Logan Thomas gets fed, and I think that he's the guy I want in the captain spot. Looking at that 20-point night, that he's going to find the end zone, and it's going to help me get some higher price guys in my lineup.
Yeah, Scary Terry expected to give it a go tonight. Pierce, your captain for this game.
I like both those guys, but I will go with Antonio Gibson in this spot. Washington opened as a 1.5-point favorite. They are now a 6-point favorite. That is a massive swing, and this line hasn't stopped moving, which tells us we need to play people from Washington. The reason is yesterday it was announced that the Eagles were sitting 9 starters, and there's even more players now that are not playing for Philadelphia. So you've got to target Washington. The question is, well, who? Alex Smith is nowhere near 100%. Terry McLaurin is also nowhere near 100%. We know, as Jeff mentioned, Gibson has that questionable tag, but last week with 10 carries, he was averaging 6 yards per carry. It would make a lot of sense that Washington would try to just play good defense, which should be easy against this Eagles team, and then just run, feed Antonio Gibson the ball. He's the guy you got to play.
Some interesting Eagles news, though, coming out moments ago from Adam Schefter. Says Carson Wentz, who we all know was benched in favor of Jalen Hurts last month, still plans to ask for a trade in the offseason because his relationship with head coach Doug Peterson is fractured beyond repair. Just an interesting nugget for your Sunday afternoon before kickoff, guys. Kenny, who do you want to stack with your captain?
Well, it's not going to be Carson Wentz at $6,000. It's going to be Terry McLaurin at $10,000. Look, this guy had 2 really bad games, and I think a lot of people are kind of sleeping on him. And I'm not faulting him for having bad performances against the Niners and the Steelers. You look last week when he finally got to face a bad secondary again. He had 12 targets, 7 catches, 77 yards. Didn't find the end zone, but if he did, we would think a lot differently of him coming into this matchup. He's facing Darius Slay, who's not the best. He's 66th out of all the corners ranked by PFF. Not a great cover rating. He's not bad, right? But he's not fantastic, and that's their number 1 corner. On the other side of the ball. So I actually think that Terry McLaurin can have a pretty good game here. And again, you go to Logan Thomas, 11.7K at the captain spot. I do think that lets you get McLaurin and even Jalen Hurts in your lineup. And I definitely want some McLaurin tonight. He will go off. He will find the end zone, and he will flirt with that bonus.
Wentz, by the way, reportedly won't even be active tonight. Pierce, who do you stack with the captain?
Logan Thomas. We're not going to get the massive targets like we got with Haskins or with Heineke at quarterback, but still Alex Smith would target Thomas enough. And really, if you look at this game with McLaurin being banged up a little bit, I would imagine that a little bit more of the volume will go Logan Thomas's way. And we've got to target this Philadelphia defense with Washington players. And you can take a chance on McLaurin, but I think Thomas is the safer option. He should be getting the quicker routes, the safer routes that Smith was likely going to throw in this game. So I'll take Logan Thomas. Maybe not the upside he's had in previous weeks, but he'll still be fine in this spot.
Jeff, your captain stack, please.
Yeah, look, I'm going to give you kind of like a triple stackish play here. You have to play Jalen Hurts. This Carson Wentz news is actually really intriguing that he's not even active, by the way. It really bodes well for Jalen Hurts just being a great fantasy football draft pick next year. But this is a player who rushed 18 times against a really good Saints D-line. He's going to be under pressure all game, as the guys already alluded to. He's going to rush the ball. So regardless, he got some bad fumble calls called against him last week. He's playing well. Even if he turns the ball over, he's still going to get you probably 20-plus points. He's an absolute must play. But on the flip side, if you pair him with the Washington DST, which I think is a great stack with Antonio Gibson, I think you're going to get more unique lineups in the big showdown contest. So use Hurts, use Gibson in the captain, and then use the Washington DST with them. I think you'll get more unique lineups.
All right, guys, we're running tight on time, so I got to wrap this thing up here, but we've got some hot takes to deliver to everybody coming up right after the Favorites podcast gives you some betting angles for Week 17.
Some places, the Dolphins visiting the Bills, it's generally plus 4.5. Dolphins 4.5 point dogs. Interesting one. What are the Bills playing for? And the Dolphins have a lot to play for.
I think the Bills are still fighting for this top seed. I'm pretty sure. I have to look.
Number 2 seed. They're fighting for the 2 seed.
Right. So I think they are going to play their players. And what we've seen from the Dolphins is why we've been trying to bet against them a lot lately, is that we just don't trust Tua and we don't believe in Tua. I think he's a good kid. I think he'll have a great future, but just this season, they rushed him a little bit coming back from the hip surgery, and he's scared to take hits. He doesn't make smart reads. He doesn't run out of the pocket when he should. And if this was Fitz, I'd love the Dolphins here. Like, Fitz playing against the Bills, like he's always played well against the Bills. On any team he's left and he plays against, he usually plays well against them. But I can't do it. I'm like looking at the number right now. I just can't back to it. I really don't trust the kid. So the rare time I'm going to ride a team that's crazy overvalued and on a crazy winning streak, but I'll take the Bills here.
So right now, the money is coming in. It's interesting. The bets are coming in on the Dolphins and the money is coming in on the Bills. So what we're seeing is a Joe's Pros split. So your instinct is right here as a professional. The money, which is where we usually see sort of professional tendencies, is coming in on the Bills. So you and your brethren are all coming in on the Bills. All right, so I'm putting the Bills in at 4.5. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens on Sunday morning. Here's something else that's interesting we got to think about. Normally for the contest, those lines are locking on Thursdays. Now we're going to be able to play any line we want whenever we think it's sort of the best of the number. So we might lock in something today on the feeling that it might sort of get worse over the course of the weekend. Or like you mentioned for the Giants, we're going to hold off because we think it might get better.
Yeah, and honestly though, because it's last week, I'll just post the worst, whatever the number is on Sunday, and we play. I'll just post the worst of the number. Just give back to the people. But I talked all year about how when we post these lines, like you said, they lock in early. If you're that scared, just tease the games we play. Because usually when we do get games wrong, it's by a half point or a point. It's rare that we're off by a ton of points. So just the same this week, I'll post the worst of the lines. Whatever the lines are on Sunday, we'll just play that. But if you're unsure about whatever games we're picking, just put them in teasers, man. If you're scared of these numbers and you want the comfort, play the teaser. But I just don't, because I love the value of playing our numbers straight. That's why usually when I post these numbers, I just say, listen, I know we don't have great numbers here, but I still like the numbers they're at. So hopefully this week that holds true. We post the worst of the number and it won't matter like it has in most weeks.
All right. Jets plus 4.5 on the road at the Patriots. Boy, this is a dreadful Patriots team.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked Diggs did whatever he wanted against that New England secondary. Scary to back the Jets to win 3 in a row here, but I'm the biggest Jets fan, man. They've won me so much money the last couple of weeks here, and I still think they're being undervalued, even though I know the public's going to finally come in on them because they've been playing better than the Patriots, but this number should be 3. I think we're getting good value here with the Jets, and I know that the Patriots are going through right now, and none of us feel bad for you Patriots fans. Like, you literally just had the greatest 20-year run in NFL history, but it is heartbreaking just seeing how horrible they are. Like, Stenham, he's terrible and Cam's terrible. So I don't care which one of them starting. I like the number here with the Jets.
All right, everybody. It is time to reward my 45 minutes of hard work with about a 4-minute break now. I'm going to hand this thing off to Steve Buchanan and Reed T. Fowler. You two will exchange blows and hot takes right now.
All right.
So
Steve,
I need you,
yeah.
I need you, Steve. I need you, Steve, to take this away.
Thank you.
And be nice. Be nice. You're a little on edge today.
No,
Well,
don't
I mean-
be nice.
Yeah,
That's
first
not
of all, I
segment.
mean, the
Yeah.
segment is brewed on nastiness. Like, that's what we want.
Yes.
If we were nice and cordial to each other, nobody would tune in. We have to be nasty. People want the nasty.
If that's the case, it should be you and Kenny right now.
What is your deal? You're trying to get me off the show here, Emerson? You don't ask any
I
questions.
love you.
First,
All right, I'm going to stop talking. You guys take it away.
All right, Reed. This is going to be a hot one
Oh,
because
no.
there's many paths to this succeeding.
Oh,
The
God.
Titans are missing the playoffs. The Titans are getting eliminated today. And this is why. Honestly, the reasons for them to not make it are all viable. I think the Texans actually beat them today. There's the automatic out. Okay? Obviously, if
Right.
they lose to the Texans, they're out. But the other ways that they don't make it, too. Miami has to beat the Bills. Looks like Buffalo's still resting a lot of their starters. Report just came out about 10, 15 minutes ago. The Ravens have to defeat the Bengals. Please. Check that one off. And then the Colts have to defeat the Jaguars. Over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, the Colts are 14-point favorites. They already have the number 1 seed locked in. They have nothing to play for. They haven't had anything to play for since week 2. Okay? Let's just be perfectly honest. I think the Titans are not making the playoffs. They're getting eliminated today and probably would be one of the bigger shockers of week 17.
Okay, so that's a very hot take because
I
I don't
know
think it's
it
going to
is.
happen. So do you think no Colts players are – oh, wait, let me – first off, how do you think Houston beats Tennessee here?
Deshaun Watson has been playing some of the best football that he has
Yeah.
over the past few
I'll agree with
weeks.
that.
There is minimal pass rush coming from the Titans. When you have no pass rush and Deshaun Watson working in a clean pocket, he is nearly unstoppable. I honestly think that this is the path.
Yeah.
And the Texans win. The Texans win this game against the Titans.
Yeah, doesn't he have a little Jameis Winston fantasy style this year to him where he just he's putting up huge games? I agree that Houston players are viable, but shout out to Julian Edlow because we don't know where he is at all. This harkens back to last year where he had the infamous Nick Chubb ticket to be the leading rusher and Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry had to get less than 200 something yards rushing for him to win. And it was brutal. I mean, all of the narrative is there for Derrick Henry to rush for 300 yards this week today. And look, it's extremely viable. Houston cannot stop anyone, Ukes. They cannot stop the run. They cannot stop the pass. And you're right. All the other options are viable. I will say though, I just saw, I don't know if this is true or not, that Josh Allen is active. He should play, whether it's for a quarter and a half, who knows? He could put up 2 touchdowns in that quarter. But I just don't see it. I get that the Titans have been questionable, especially their secondary. Their secondary has been atrocious. So I get that, but I don't know, Bukes. That's a tall task. Houston is just in a world of hurt. I'm going to give you mine. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about a little bit in the break with the Colts and the Jaguars, Steve. I'm not going on the Jaguar side. Don't worry. I do think Nyheim Hines at $4,900 outscores Jonathan Taylor at $7,400 against the Jags this week. And here's the reason why. Both are in a great spot. I think Taylor still gets to the high teens. I don't think he's a bad play at all, but he's coming in at 25% Ross percentage, while Hines is coming in at 5%. Look, Hines saw 42% of the snaps last week in a 1-score game and sees close to that in these 2-score games. This is playoff. Like you mentioned, the Colts right now have to win this game. If for whatever reason the Jags come out and do what they did in week 1 and play the Colts better than we all expect, I think Hines gets more active in this game if it's close, right? And in the games that he's had over 50% of the snap share, he's eclipsed 2 of those 3 games. He's eclipsed 20 DK fantasy points, and 3 games so far he's been a top 5 RB finisher of that week. I got Hines 5 catches, and I think that's where he gets really a lot of that work done. 90 total yards, 2 touchdowns, and at like under $5,000 in this game. He's seen 13 red zone rushes since week 12 to Taylor's 12, which is kind of like interesting, right? You think Taylor is that big guy to rush in the red zone. We've seen Nyheim Hines do that. Hines 22 receptions over that same time frame to Taylor's, I think, 9. So I think he has a shot here, a small percentage, a shot to outscore Jonathan Taylor at $4,900.
Well, here's the thing too. Obviously, the Jaguars can't tackle. I mean, they can't do anything. They can't. Nope. They can hardly field a team. And you look at when Jonathan Taylor was taken over as the starter in that one, kind of named the starter. I think he's 3rd in the league in yards per. Yards. Let me try that one more time. In yards after contact, he was like 3rd in the league since he's come. He's been absolutely unbeatable. So I do like it, but at the same time, it's Hines is going to get very limited carries. Hines is going to get some of the catches out of the backfield, but we see him in that like 10, 13-point range. It's a great matchup for both sides, honestly. Yep. But the Colts are playing for the playoff life there. They obviously have a good path because the Titans are going to lose today, so there is that, by the way. But I think there's just a lot to like about Taylor in this one. Hines is going to be very much involved. Hines should have a good score today. I just don't see him outscoring Taylor in this one.
Well, we'll see. It's a touchdown that to me that I think separates the two guys. I think
they're all going to go to Trey Burton, so that's going to be tough.
Oh God, Trey Burton. Here we go. Did you play for the Jaguars, Emerson? I'm sure Trey Burton at some point was scouted by the Jaguars, and you have that little tidbit of information for us.
My high school is right across the river from formerly Alltel Stadium there. My high school game where John Walford played, and we'll be starting today for the Rams. So I basically could play quarterback in the NFL if I needed to. Yeah. Guys, great work. We are, by the way, Steve, I love the Brewed with Nastiness. We have Matt Cody on the 1s and 2s behind the scenes who feels you should print that on a shirt. Okay, so we've got all the feels. We're breaking out all the emojis right after this commercial break. Hello, everybody. Emerson Lotzia back on your screen as we have a little north of a half hour left in the first edition of the Sweats of 2021. The Sweat presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook, everybody. But I want you to know when this show wraps up, you got to hang out with DraftKings over on Twitch and YouTube because we've got this big, beautiful beast called Leaderboard Live. You can keep track of DK's biggest contest by following along with Leaderboard Live. Right here, 1 o'clock, live stream. We keep a close eye on all the big plays and injuries in Week 17 and the impact it'll have on all of those major contests. Again, Millie Maker for Week 17 available for you right now, $20 to enter. And if you win, the reason we call it the Millie Maker, you will win $1 million. But right now, guys, it's time to really express yourself here with all of our viewers. We have DraftKings contributors Pierce Dietrich, Garion Thorne, and Jeff Ulrich here. This segment is called All the Feels. So I'm going to show you an emoji here, and then you're going to tell me which player is going to make you feel that way today in DFS. So I will start off here. We're going to keep it positive because it is 2021. And who is going to make you giggle and laugh and cry and just feel good about yourself? Jeff, go ahead.
Oh boy. Okay. I am going to suggest that is going to be AJ Brown. I feel like AJ Brown going up against Houston here. Big play wide receiver going up against the secondary that's just been decimated with injuries. I think AJ Brown's going to have a monster day, and I don't think many people are going to play him because everyone's worried about Derrick Henry rushing for a ton of yards, and there's other receivers in this range. This is a must-win for Tennessee. AJ Brown's a fantastic wide receiver going up against just a ghost town of a secondary. I think AJ Brown's going to make me laugh and feel good today.
Who's going to be making you laugh out loud, Kenny?
My Kenny or is Pierce Kenny?
Oh, you're Garion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I just did that. Hey, that's fine.
Wow.
Fine. Go ahead,
Stand
Garion.
in this scenario. I don't know if I like this world. Look, I think that particular emoji, that's eliciting a level of happiness that's sort of like, this is comical. Like, this is just how it's not even fair. And the only player that I really think of that makes me feel that way, and Jeff already talked about this matchup. I also like Tennessee's passing attack. I like any member of the Titans in this game. I like Titans DST in this game because Laramie Tunsil's not playing. But Derrick Henry does things that just, they literally make you sit there and giggle. Like, no one should be able to do these things. And Houston's run defense is putrid. I mean, I know there's this weird narrative that because J.J. Watt got upset last week, they're going to be playing with a lot of passion. It doesn't matter if you're not any good. So I think Derrick Henry is just going to, 175 and 2 touchdowns without breaking a sweat is definitely something that makes me giggle.
223 yards away from becoming the 8th player in NFL history to rush for 2,000 yards in a season. Pierce, who's going to make you LOL?
DeAndre Swift, he has killed DFS players all season. They've had a hard time figuring out when he would have good games or when Detroit would let him actually play. And then today, when everyone's going to play these value running backs or they're going to play Derrick Henry, he's going to be completely forgotten or at least under-owned. And he's facing a Minnesota team that now is without, I think, 5 players on defense. This looks like a really good spot for Detroit all of a sudden. This game could shoot out, and DeAndre Swift is in a really good spot to score a bunch of points. And we're not talking about him enough, and it's going to be painful. You just got to laugh at yourself at the end of the day.
Okay. Next up on our emoji menu, the thinking emoji here. Like when I looked at Garion's Zoom box and I said, is that Kenny or Garion? And I guessed completely wrong. But Garion, which player will be making you tweet the thinking emoji?
Honestly, this is how I've kind of felt all week about the entire tight end position. I'm so used to just paying down at tight end and finding whatever 2.9, 3,000, 3.1 backup happens to be starting this week or going against a porous defense that I feel like just a little lost with how to navigate the top end of this tight end slate. I mean, you've got George Kittle in a great spot, Mark Andrews in a great spot, TJ Hawkinson in a great spot, Noah Fant in a great, like every person above 4K, you could conceivably find their path to like 20 DraftKings points. And it's really confusing for me right now. So yeah, I just think tight end in general this week, I think there's a lot of good plays and I'm just not used to that sort of abundance. Jeff
Ulrich, this emoji right here, thinking, which player will make you feel this way?
That to me speaks to like, I'm inquisitive, I'm smart. I've looked into things. I've done my research. I think
this emoji looks just like you.
I mean, well, I didn't want to say anything, but I mean, it kind of does actually. I'm going to say Ty Johnson's going to make me feel like this. I think Ty Johnson is, and I can't remember who said this. I think he's a superior play to Ty Montgomery. This is a player who's not going to get his red zone touches taken away by a backup quarterback coming in and playing fullback. He is the only running back in the Jets backfield. And quite frankly, I think he was their best running back all year. He's an explosive player. He's a pretty good prospect coming out of college. He just fell down the depth chart at Detroit because they kept drafting other running backs in front of him. I like Ty Johnson. I think he's going to make fantasy owners who roster him feel pretty smart and fairly, just maybe a little bit overconfident. But I like Ty Johnson. I think he's going to make me feel like that.
All right, Pierce, you're up.
Well, it's not specifically a player, but it's the entire slate. This is almost like having 15 showdown slates where we're trying to script entire games and predict who's going to play, how long they're going to play, will they stay in the entire time, are they actually trying, are they sitting people on the defense, are they really injured? I mean, every single game, there are a ton of question marks. And just if we look at running back like Jeff did, I mean, there's a handful of really cheap options. There's a handful of moderately priced options and new ones. Chris Carson now is the only running back for Seattle. Is he going to be out there the whole time? Can we trust him completely? There's so many question marks. There's just too much thinking to do, and we don't know any of the answers. It's very confusing.
Next up in our totally random draw of emojis is the shocked and wow face. So, Pierce, who will have you going OMG?
Well, it might not be completely shocking because a lot of people are predicting this, but when A.J. Brown and Ryan Tannehill have this massive game and Derrick Henry lets all of us down because for whatever reason Tennessee decides they're going to pass the ball when they can easily run it and completely destroys plenty of lineups, that will be – I mean, it shouldn't be shocking, but we'll be sitting there at the 4 o'clock slate watching as they just keep passing the ball and Tannehill runs the ball into the end zone, killing the Derrick Henry lineups.
Care Bear, who is going to absolutely shock you today?
That's going to be a lot of people's faces when they're looking at the box scores around 3:30. And, they've been paying mostly attention to the actual games that matter with playoff implications. And they're like, Minnesota, Detroit is 52-45? What? How? Alexander Mattison has 3 touchdowns? Like, what? How? Because both these defenses gave up earlier last month. That game is going to be so good for DFS this week. And like Pierce was alluding to, there's so many question marks we have about games on this slate. I have no questions about that game. It's going to be an offensive showcase for both teams.
Jeff, who's absolutely going to blow your mind? Your jaw will drop and hit the floor from his performance today.
I think there's going to be a couple receivers that could do it. Justin Jefferson's on the list, but I'm going to say Mike Evans. Look, I know Tampa doesn't really have much to play for, but Bruce Arians is playing this game to win it. I think you're going to see a similar performance from Brady and Evans that you saw last week. The whole narrative is there. They want Evans to get yards, but they're going up against a weak Atlanta secondary here. I think Mike Evans might be the receiver where you just look and it's like, Mike Evans has 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. Because that's what he does that. He used to do that twice a year. He kind of did it last week, but I feel like he's got one more game in him here before the end of the season. And Tampa wants to go into the playoffs on a roll anyways. So I think Mike Evans might be the slate breaker this week. He's going really, really overlooked too at that price.
Gary, and check this out. Who is going to have a super cool performance in week 17 to wrap up the regular season?
I think someone who's maybe a little bit under the radar, and this is a point that both these guys have been making. We've got high-end running backs and low-end running backs on this slate. And I think guys like Swift and Madison, obviously in that great game script, could be those running backs in the mid-tier that kind of jump out. But if you're talking about someone who just does what he does, keeps it cool, and is really one of the more consistent fantasy players in the league, Nick Chubb, I think you're going to see Kevin Stefanski overcompensate for, what everyone's been talking about this week when it comes to the Browns, which was why did they pass the ball 50 times in a game where they didn't have any wide receivers? So that's going to lead to Chubb having 20 to 25 touches, going up against a Steelers defense that, might not even play half their starters by the time the second half rolls around in a game the Browns need to win. So I don't think it's going to be shocking or breathtaking, but it's just Nick Chubb. He does what he does.
Jeff, the Cool Beans performance of week 17. Oh my God, look at you guys are twinning.
Look, when you play the Jets D at $2,300 today, folks, I mean, you're going to feel pretty cool because everyone else is spending up on these expensive defenses. You have the chalky Browns. The Jets, though, they're playing good. They're going up against the Pats who can't throw the ball, who are sitting players. The Jets D are going to make you feel real cool, guys. Not as cool as me, but cool.
Now I do wish Kenny was here. Pierce, the cool emoji, dude. Try one more time.
Sorry. It'll be Deshaun Watson. It's a pretty obvious play here. You don't really have to overthink it. Romeo Crennel, when asked if he was injured or not, said, yeah, if we're up 50 points, then we'll take him out. So they're playing to win. They're expecting to play well. He's going to play well. He's looked amazing over the last couple of weeks. There's really no reason to overthink it here against a Tennessee defense that's allowing everyone to move the ball.
Last one, dudes. absolute love. Who's going to be delivering the love muffin performance of the day? Pierce.
I'll just stick with Ty Johnson. I know we're talking a lot about him, but when we look at the value and we look at these other running backs, he has the least amount of question marks. He's in a really good matchup. It's crazy that I'm going to say we love a Jets player here, but he's the only one you really can feel pretty confident in.
Gary Bear, whose performance are you going to fall in love with today and make you feel this way?
I'm going to go a little off the board here. I'm going to do a showdown pick, a Sunday night showdown pick for who I'm in love with. Washington DST should be in every one of your lineups tonight because Jalen Hurts is the kind of quarterback who is A, exciting, but B, is a touchdown waiting to happen for either team. This is a guy who in his 3 starts has 2 interceptions. He's fumbled 7 times. Like, he hasn't lost them all, but he still fumbled 7 times. I just look at a Philadelphia Eagles offensive line that comes into this game dead last in the league in adjusted sack rate. They are not going to have a chance against this Washington defensive line. And I just think Jalen Hurts is going to be running for his life the entire night. That could lead to 110 rushing yards, but it could also lead to like 4 turnovers.
Jeffrey, the lovey eyes emoji here.
I don't have
I know you are soft and you're a sensitive man. Who will you fall in love with today?
I don't have any heart glasses, unfortunately, but if I did, I'd be wearing them for Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks is going a little bit overlooked. We talk about this Tennessee-Houston game. The Tennessee secondary is actually worse than the Houston secondary. So they have no pass rush. Brandon Cooks, when he's gotten 10-plus targets this year, has gone for 30-plus DK fantasy points in each contest. I think that this game is very similar to the Minnesota-Detroit game. You're going to get points. It's absolutely fantastic for fantasy. I think Cooks goes for a monster game, and I think he produces that kind of emotion in you today.
All right, you three, nice job. Way to play along and have a good time. And Jeff, way to bring some props to the table.
Sure.
We will talk some bet trend setters coming up right after this commercial. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to DraftKings is a Sweat, presented by the DraftKings Sportsbook. I am Emerson Lotzia, but I am not alone. We have 3 DraftKings analysts here to help us with some betting trends. Which ones have caught their eye? Those 3 gentlemen, Steve Buchanan, Reed T. Fowler, and Kenny Ducey. So this segment is Trendsetters. So, Kenny, the betting trend to watch is what in your eyes?
So it really disturbed me when Steve said that Tennessee was going to lose today. Now, I certainly hope they don't, right? But J.J. Watt's words, right, were something that was a big story. J.J. Watt putting a charge into his team. The last time that he did that, Houston showed up. And will they show up today? Well, Tennessee is 7-point favorites. They are 3-1 against the spread this year. After a loss, they are 9-7-1 against the spread since Mike Vrabel took over in 2018, 10-7 straight up in those spots. So generally speaking, when the Titans have lost, they have come out much stronger the week after. We know that Mike Vrabel is a very good coach. And the thing I'm watching today, I gave you the trend, but the thing about this game that makes it must win for Tennessee, they clinch with the win here. They clinch a playoff spot. They can also clinch 3 other ways, right? But none of those ways are going to come true. They need Indy to lose. They're 15-point favorites against Jacksonville. They need Baltimore to lose. They're 13.5-point favorites against Cincinnati. And they need Miami to lose. And Miami started off as, I believe, an underdog. Now they're 3.5-point favorites against Buffalo. The money line's probably going to close at like minus 240. I don't see any of those teams winning. So Tennessee has to win here. I think they come out foot on the gas. We know that they're great against the spread after a loss this year and historically under Mike Vrabel. I think that is a trend that I am certainly watching, and I am believing a little bit in the Titans, although I have to admit I like the over a lot better in this game.
Steve, you watching that trend as well?
I mean, look, I'm not going to go back and say, oh, yeah, I'd like the Titans to win. I just gave a hot take that they're going to lose. But one of the biggest things for me is, and I said this in the hot take segment, so Kenny, I hope you were listening. There's going to be no pass rush in Deshaun Watson's face. When he's working with a clean pocket, he has an 82.7% adjusted completion percentage, which is the 5th best in the league, and he's averaging 9 yards per pass attempt in those scenarios. He is going up against this putrid Titan secondary that just cannot stop anybody. And we can go on and say that, the Texans receivers are nothing impressive, but they've been doing just enough to get it done. And Brandon Cooks at the top, Kiki Kuti, David Johnson too, emerging in the late part of the season here. Like, there's a lot of ways that the Texans can win this game. Same can be said for the Titans. Don't get me wrong, okay? Because it's not like the Texans are doing much defensively either, but I just like this spot so much for Deshaun Watson that I think it's going to be enough that they can win this game. So I still like the side on the Texans.
Reed, what do you think about the betting trend Kenny has been watching?
Yeah, if you're on Steve's side, you like that trend because it's now +7. It was at 6.5, I think, earlier today, and it's moved up. But to Steve's point, too, and I think I saw this when talking about this game, we're looking at this game, the Tennessee Titans only have 1 sack in the month of December. That is not great, right? And I think they do miss Jadeveon Clowney. I think he was supposed to do a little bit more than he did, and obviously he got hurt, and so you can't do much when he's on the bench and when he's on IR. But yeah, that's the one thing that does scare me. I do still think Derrick Henry's too much for this team. I do think AJ Brown, Corey Davis, sneaky DFS play, Corey Davis is someone that is going to show up. But yeah, if you're like Steve and you like it, those stats do line up for them to cover, not to win.
Reed, what betting trend has caught your eye on the DraftKings Sportsbook for Week 17?
Yeah, Minnesota -3 against Detroit. This line opened up way at the beginning at -7, clearly with all the news with Dalvin Cook and injuries, so on and so forth, brought this down to, I think, 4 yesterday. And then today I saw it open at -3. And I get it. Like, Minnesota has been a bad cover team. They're 6-9 ATS. The Lions are the same. They haven't covered, the Vikings haven't, in their last 6 straight games. But to Gary's point, right, and to this being a high-scoring affair, I do think when you have Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, and Alexander Mattison, who we haven't talked about at all on this show, who I do think is in a decent spot. We don't think he's Dalvin Cook light, but I do think he is in a decent spot. You look at the Detroit Lions and this defense, they're dead last in total defense. I know Minnesota's 28th, but in yards per play over the last last game at 8.2 against Tampa Bay, the worst. The last 3 games, they're the league's highest in yards per play. And over the season, clearly they're at the league's highest. And just this defense, I don't trust it. I do think when you have a better offense on Kirk Cousins' side, and with Stafford coming in, I do like that more on the Minnesota side because we're giving away less points. Give me Minnesota -3. I do think this team, even though they're not a good cover team at all, I think they get this done in this close game.
Kenny, you picking up what Reed's putting down?
I am. I think that Minnesota, Justin Jefferson is sparkling right now. And I think that he's going to get fed here. They want a strong close to his rookie season. And Kirk Cousins has the weapons on offense, even looking at a guy like Irv Smith, right, who's a pretty decent backup tight end or depth tight end, if you want to call him that. He's probably emerged as a better option as Kyle Rudolph, but any way you slice it, really, I think this offense has all the tools here. Despite the loss of Dalvin Cook, we've seen them do just fine. And you don't need to have anything special on the offensive side of the ball against the Lions. We saw Tom Brady go for over 450 yards last week. This is one of the worst passing defenses in football. And the Vikings, I don't think will have any issues going pass happy and having success against Detroit. And this defense, too, to their credit, the Vikings defense, they didn't start off the season very hot. They were one of the worst passing defenses in the league, but they've actually come on pretty strong in the last half of the season, really the last third of the season. So I have enough belief in them that the Vikings probably win this one by 10 to 14 points.
Where do you sit on this one, Barista?
I mean, I'm still trying to get over the fact that, Kenny described Justin Jefferson as sparkling. Oh, what's he, like a polar water can or something? Like, weird adjective to use. I think these guys are insane. Like, why would you even mess with the spread when these two defenses are as bad as they are, and they're two of the better teams hitting the over? Minnesota is 10-5 this season hitting the over. Detroit 9-6 and hitting the over. Forget about the spread. No one's forcing you to bet the spread. Just take the over and call it a day in this one. Gary said it best when we look at the box score of 330, and it's like 97-54 or something like that, and the over was hit at 110. Like, that's where that game is going to be. I think both teams are going to be going up and down the field. You want to take the over. Don't worry about the spread in this one. Two really bad teams, like Reed said, in that scenario, both 6-9, which is not a nice number in this scenario. Just go with the over and call it a day.
Brewed with nastiness. Steve Buchanan, what's your trendsetter on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
So we're actually finally starting to see a little bit of movement in this one, but I'm surprised it's still sitting where it's at. Carolina at 5.5 is one that I think is just not getting looked at enough. The Panthers have been an excellent team against the spread. They're 9-6 overall. When they're underdogs, which has happened plenty this season, they're 8-3, covering by an average of 4.3 points. Are we forgetting about all the injuries and, restrictions that the Saints have right now? They don't have Michael Thomas. They don't have the entire running back game. Ty Montgomery, where did he come from? All of a sudden, he's the RB1 in this game. I get that it's a good matchup for him because the Panthers have been a horrible defense, but Drew Brees doesn't have many guys to throw to either. Traquan Smith also out of this game. I think he's on IR. So it's like we're talking about this scrap of a team that they put together to go out against the Panthers, who, like I mentioned, are an excellent team at covering. So I'm surprised this line is still at where it is. It's starting to drop a bit. We've seen it as high as 7. So 5.5. It's obviously moving towards the Panthers, but I'm surprised that this game has not been talked about more. I think this is an excellent spot for the Panthers, and even more so if you 6-point tease them, as you'd get them right now at 11.5.
Kenny, are you surprised this line is where it is?
I think it's a little fishy to me, Emerson. You look at this New Orleans team, and they've lost Drew Brees. It's a little trouty. It's a little. I don't know what you want. Salmon-y. They've covered in 6 of their last 8. They're coming off a gigantic cover on a 6.5-point spread last week against Minnesota. They won that game by almost 20 points. So, I think that I'm not a big Saints guy, right? I really hope that they lose here by 20 points, but I just don't see it with Carolina. I don't understand where the excitement lies with this team. I think that they need a quarterback. I love Robbie Anderson, and I think that they've had some impressive spots this season. But the body of work for Carolina really just hasn't been fantastic. And yes, they've covered a lot of spreads, but to me, New Orleans covered arguably more. They have covered statistically more spreads of late. I don't think the running back thing really makes that big of a difference. The biggest factor here is probably going to be motivation. But this Saints team, you look at their season, last week was a big spot for them, but losing 2 in a row before that, especially a game to Philly, this team needs to get in gear before the playoffs. This offense, they think they're going to win the Super Bowl with this offense. I don't see it right now. So they need another convincing performance. So I definitely don't think they're going to be lollipopping around here, shuffling their feet. I think that the Saints are going to try to score some points here and go up early. And this Panthers defense, this Panthers offense, they're just not very good. So they have a lot of, young talent, and I think that they could be good in a couple of years under Matt Rule, who I wish was the Jets coach. But right now, I do think that the Saints, the running back thing doesn't really make a big difference to me. I think that they'll be just fine.
I took a note down, Kenny. Only bet on exciting teams. Thank you. What's that even mean?
Reed, how much lollipopping do you expect?
Yeah, maybe some lollygagging, right? Some pea-footing around. I don't like it. But no, it is perplexing here, Steve, right? This line, how it hasn't moved. I'm just going to use all these multi-syllabic words here. But I'm kind of with Kenny here. And I get Carolina's a good cover team. And this is going to be close. And the reason why is, yes, Ty Montgomery is out there. Traquan Smith is not going to be out there. Michael Thomas is not going to be out there. No one is. But we've seen the Saints team, for whatever reason, rally around guys when they don't have exactly their best players on the field, cover these games. And the reason, too, that I'm more worried about Carolina covering here is they're 25th, and I believe, in defensive DVOA, and the Saints are 3rd. So we see none of those injuries or none of these huge, I think, guys out, unless reports have come out that I haven't seen on defense. The Saints not playing, and that scares me a little bit with Teddy Bridgewater. But yeah, this one's close. I mean, it was at 6.5 earlier this week. Now it's down to what I think 5.5. You said, Bukes, but yeah, I mean, this one's a little worrisome for that because the Saints defense is so strong. They're 3rd, I think, in DVOA.
The Saints are still fighting for that number 1 seed too in the NFC, Reed.
They are, and that's a fantastic point, Emerson.
Thank you.
Some may say that it's poignant. Some may say that it's juicy
or brilliant.
Well, here's the wonderful thing about
very
underdogs.
astute.
Here's the wonderful thing about underdogs: they don't have to win.
Yeah,
they're going.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
I don't see how the Panthers come close in this one. Like, are you really going to wait that much on Traquan Smith? What did he get? Like 3 targets over the whole season, right? Like, he's not a big factor on offense. If Michael Thomas falls asleep and disappears like he did in the NFC Championship game, then yeah, we have a problem. But I just don't like. How are the Panthers going to come close to beating the Saints today? Like, do you really think that Alvin Kamara, who the Saints were covering very easily without Alvin Kamara even getting the ball, right? So is that going to be a huge factor?
Yeah, and again, another thing too, Carolina's offense, they're terrible on 3rd and 4th downs. Like, they're like one of the worst teams on converting. So how do you don't have to win to cover, Steve, but you do also have to score points to cover, right? And you have to score within that line if we want to talk about betting 101 to cover. I just don't think
I don't want to attack. I think we should stop attacking Steve because he said the nicest thing he's ever said to me during the break. He said I was a really nice guy, and he feels bad, so
that's true.
You know, Steve, I think maybe we do make some good points.
Yeah. Steve, I have a phenomenal fact. Not only are the Panthers 4-1 against the spread in their past 5 games against the Saints, but they're also 9-4 against the spread in their past 13 games overall. How genius!
Emerson, you know that Steve hates history. He's going to tell you that doesn't mean anything because that was like, what a Deuce McAllister running the football.
It's just a trend. That's all.
I'm just glad that's almost over. I mean, I can't stand these people.
That was when Ricky Williams was the running back there.
Steve, next segment. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to go to commercial
Steve,
break.
That's actually a fact right there. Nice factoid. We are going to go to break, and we're going to be working up a sweat coming up. I think Steve is done for the day.
2 idiots in this segment.
Pierre Thomas.
I miss you, Steve.
All right, later, dudes. We got to go to break.
2 dummies.
All right, everybody, about 6-7 minutes to go here in the sweats. If you've got any last-second questions, if you're nervous about something, just need advice about anything and everything, feel free to ask a question over on YouTube and Twitch right now. Well, we have Pierce, Gary, and Jeff back for the final sprint to the finish. Let's work up a sweat here. So last-minute DFS takes, guys. What are some things you may be rethinking before lock? Gary?
I mean, I'm still thinking about the Adrian Peterson thing, not going to lie. But more specifically, just kind of assessing how much of each value play you have in your lineup right now. I mean, there's obviously everyone's going to like different guys. There's more value on the slate than we've ever seen on a slate this season. For me, I've got a lot of Ty Johnson. I've got a lot of Richie James Jr. I would say I'm probably more confident in the Ty Johnson end of that spectrum, but someone like Richie James Jr., where, there's no receivers right now for San Francisco, played 91% of the snaps last week, didn't catch a pass. That's concerning, but probably a game script where they're going to have to be, passing and playing from behind against Seattle. So, just really sitting there and assessing, like, do I want Richie James in 20% of my lineups or 30% of my lineups? What's a really good spot here? And kind of the same with guys like Ty Johnson or, even Jets and Titans defense and ways to save money in that capacity. So this is a much stranger sweat than I think we've all become used to throughout the season, because I look at a couple of my lineups and I'm just like, what was this? What would I have thought this was 3 weeks ago?
Pierce, what's a late take you can give us?
I would hate to belabor the point, but it's Ty Johnson. The reason we keep mentioning him is because we're nervous. You're always going to sweat when you roster a Jet. And it may not even necessarily be the Jet point. It's that it's a 4K running back. Is he the right one? Is he even the right 4K running back named Ty? We don't know. But the spot's good. He's facing New England's the worst run DVOA. Gore's out. P. Ryan's out. We saw in a similar spot a couple weeks ago. He had 104 rushing yards. I would imagine that the New England offense is going to continue to struggle. That will give the Jets more action on offense. I like it, but I would be lying if I wasn't sweating Ty Johnson.
Jeff, what, if anything, are you rethinking before lock here in a few minutes?
Just really don't get fancy. It's week 17. You don't need to target teams that might have question marks around them, like Steph Diggs and the Bills. You don't need to go there. We have 3 or 4 good fantasy games, and you don't really need to drift too far outside them. I'm talking Tennessee, Houston, Minnesota, Detroit, Denver, Vegas I would throw in there. There's probably 1 or 2 I'm missing, but, just don't overthink things. Stick with the studs from those games. You can sprinkle in value plays like Ty Johnson, Montgomery, sure. Richie James, maybe Tyron Johnson, but don't stray from the studs who are in such good spots. Some of these games that don't mean anything, they're just going to be scrimmages, and these guys are going to be out there padding stats. I have no doubt about it. So, don't overthink things. Really target these juicy games.
Jeff, we are in week 17. Who would you say has been the DFS MVP of the 2020 NFL season here?
It's Davante Adams, man. I mean, I think he had a better season. I don't know the exact numbers here, but he potentially had a better season than Michael Thomas did last year, which is really saying something. Basically acting as the running back and the top wide receiver one. And what I say by running back is, they just throw short outs to him so often, and he's so effective at doing it. It's a dude who's just, ascended to the number 1 wide receiver in football by a wide margin. I know he's got a great quarterback playing with him, but to see that kind of consistency against all types of different matchups, man, it's Davante Adams 100%, because realistically too, I think he was underpriced for most of the year. We saw Michael Thomas get up to close to 10K last year on DraftKings. Davante Adams never got up there this year.
Pierce, your MVP.
Patrick Mahomes, I know the last couple of weeks didn't really go well for some people, but you forget about those 2 weeks, and then you see he basically carried slate. If you didn't have Patrick Mahomes, you were done. And it wasn't just that, Patrick Mahomes went off. He went off along with all the other players on the team, which pretty much locked a lot of people out if you ignored Kansas City. Davante Adams could have a big week, but it didn't have as big of an effect. When Patrick Mahomes went off, then a handful of other people went crazy with him.
Yeah, Jeff. I need you two to make it rain. This is when you're going to give us your DFS play that is going to make it rain cash for everybody. Jeff, what do you think? Week 17.
All right, well, I'm just going to say quickly, if I was picking a Chief Pierce, I would have picked Travis Kelce, bro.
Ooh.
So, but if I'm going for week 17 for my DFS play, there's a lot of guys I feel overly bullish. I don't know. Maybe it's the 2021 juices just flowing through my veins right now, extra positivity. But there's 4 guys I could pick there. I'm going to go with Brandon Cooks, though, because like I said, this matchup sets up so well for Brandon Cooks to get 12, 13 targets. And when he's gotten double-digit targets, he's gone absolutely nuts. Tennessee has no pass rush. Deshaun Watson's playing well. Again, this is one of those games where they're just going out there to score points. There's nothing on the line here for Houston. They're just going to try and score as many points as possible. I think Brandon Cooks at 6,900 going to go a little bit under owned. I think he could potentially just put up a massive game. So he's my make it rain pick today, folks.
Love that about you, Pierce. What will I love about you now? Your make it rain pick?
We'll take Cooks and run it back with Derrick Henry on the other side. As long as Tennessee doesn't, their defense doesn't implode in the first quarter like last week, you'll be fine. If they keep the game close going in the second quarter, you can go ahead and start counting your money. He's got an over-under of 118 yards, an over-under of 25.5 carries. 25 carries against Houston. That is an absolute smash spot. That's easy money. Take them both.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. That's how we do what we just did. Leaderboard Live coming up on the DraftKings YouTube and Twitch pages with Reed and Jeff right now. Thanks for watching.
Welcome, everybody, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. That is Jeffrey Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler, here for your first stint of many in Week 17 in the NFL. A ton of implications here, Jeff, in terms of playoffs and DFS, what we just laid out over the last hour and a half in our show on the sweat. But some early stuff. I mean, nothing's really happened yet. We saw Cam Newton run for a big gain there, but still no one has scored. But a couple of things to note, right, in terms of roster percentage. We have Justin Jefferson at 20+% in this NFL 3 mil fantasy football millionaire on DraftKings, and then the Browns DST also as one of the highest roster percentages, as we do have a touchdown with the Giants game, which we'll get to in a little bit. I believe that was Sterling Shepard, if I'm not mistaken. But Jeffrey, what do you think so far? I know we just had our Make It Rain picks, but what do you think of the games so far? I know it's very, very soon, very, very early.
Yeah, it looks like we had a Godwin touchdown too. But yeah, I mean, the most interesting thing about the Millie Maker contest this week, definitely going to be that Browns defense. 2,500. You know, you got the Myles Garrett, Mason Rudolph storyline narrative there. Obviously, a couple backups playing for Pittsburgh. 27.7% owned, though, is massive for a defense. Yeah. So we're going to see how that works out. And Justin Jefferson, I'm not surprised at that. Obviously, this is a player we're talking about, very explosive, going up against the Detroit defense, which just allowed Tom Brady to go absolutely crazy. So, Jefferson at 23.8%, not that shocking, a little bit higher maybe than I thought, but those are two of the key players for sure. I think the Tampa offense obviously off to a good start there as well. We'll have to see how that works out. Tom Brady at 5% owned, Reed. 8 touchdowns over his last 3 games, no interceptions, playing well. So we'll have to see how that one works out. Tampa supposedly just going to play their starters the whole game, so could see a lot of points flow from there.
Yeah, I believe you had that Mike Evans call. I think that was you, Jeff, in terms of the Tampa Bay side. That has gone to Chris Godwin. That's been a nice connection this entire season. Byron Jones, the Miami cornerback, almost came up with the interception. The Dolphins looking to challenge that play against Josh Allen. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Minnesota, a near interception, I think. No, Stafford almost threw the interception to the Minnesota defense. So a lot of storylines, a lot of playoff implications coming through. We'll be with you guys over the the first slate of games here, the 1 p.m. slate here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Welcome back to Leaderboard Live DraftKings. Leaderboard Live with Jeff Ulrich and Reed C. Fowler covering the first quarter updates. And Alexander Madison, Jeff, of the Minnesota Vikings at 10.8% roster percentage. Right now has 14.1 DK fantasy points. He had that touchdown on 4th and 2 and 43 receiving yards, 18 rushing yards, 2 catches. Again, one of those being a touchdown. He's filling in for Dalvin Cook early on very nicely. And Mike Evans over 40 yards. We just touched on it a little bit before we came on that he set an NFL record, it seems to be, in terms of 1,000 yards receiving in a season. But those are the two guys right now. And Evans at 6.8 roster percentage in the 3 million fantasy football millionaire, the Millie Maker on DraftKings. Jeff, outside of those two guys, or we can touch more on those, what do you think about the first quarter so far?
It's pretty slow, to be honest. I mean, I think we expected a couple guys to be doing better at this point, but yeah, I think the biggest thing right now is, Mike Evans. Obviously, he got the record of 7 straight seasons, but he'd get banged up on that play. It looks like a hyperextended knee. I don't think that I don't think you're going to see him the rest of the day. So it is kind of a nice start, but I mean, you might be stuck at 7.6 DK fantasy points. So kind of a big thing there for people who are playing that narrative. I did like Mike Evans as like a swerve play because his ownership was low, but I don't think we're going to get any more production from him, Reed. So that one kind of stings. Madison is really interesting. He's in a great spot with 14.1 points in the first Q. He's only 10.8% owned. Everyone kind of went to Justin Jefferson at 23% owned. And Madison looks like the leverage play right now there on the Minnesota defense. So that one's working out nice. You still got Tom Brady up there at 5% owned. Kirk Cousins in that game too, Reed, is really chalky. 15.2% owned for Kirk Cousins. So we're going to have to see how that one works out. He's got an early touchdown.
Yeah, we talked earlier too that Tom Brady at 5% roster percentage right now, $7,200. He's someone that could start to perform a little bit more, right? We know that Arians, like you mentioned, is playing his starters. Chris Godwin, also someone that got that early touchdown. He's at 9.9, so right under 10 DK fantasy points. Just one reception. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, one reception, one touchdown, 29 yards. He's someone to keep an eye out on as well. Marvin Jones, right? We started the season saying that Marvin Jones was always in a good spot. He continues to be 69 receiving yards, 3 catches, already has a touchdown. That game, like we touched on earlier with Garion on the sweat, is looking like it's going to be a shootout. I know Prater, I believe, missed the extra point, but it's still 7-6 starting that second quarter. We'll be back at halftime for more updates here on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeffrey, Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler. First half of the 1 p.m. games are all finished, Jeff, and we have to talk wide receivers. We have a Dante Pettis sighting on the New York Giants, but Sterling Shepard, who's got 20-plus DK fantasy points right now, one of the shinier toys that we've been playing with here in that first half. He's got 2 touchdowns. Isaiah McKenzie has 2 receiving touchdowns and a punt return for a touchdown. He's got 3 total on the day. Buffalo Bills looking like a really, really, really strong team in all 3 facets of football here, offense, defense, and special teams. And we have Marv Jones, a guy who continues to show up. Kenny Golladay obviously inactive for a handful of weeks, and Matt Stafford finding Marv Jones. So those 3 receivers right now, or 4 receivers really, because I don't know if Isaiah McKenzie was rostered that much in the Millie Maker. I can't find him. But a handful of these guys, Jeff, low ownership. So I guess who gives the first half reward to you?
I found an Isaiah McKenzie lineup.
Okay.
And look, this dude, Whackzilla77, I could not think of a better username. He rostered this guy in like 10 lineups.
There you go.
0.6% owned in the Millie Maker, Isaiah McKenzie. And I think this Whackzilla77 guy has like 99 of the 100 Isaiah McKenzie lineups. But anyways, nice. Yeah, he's having a first half. 27 DK fantasy points, 0.6% owned. Dante Pettis even lower owned than that. Look, those are classic Week 17 plays. The guys, we should be talking about who have, more people will actually have rostered. Marvin Jones Jr., 11.2%. Marvin Jones has been very hit or miss, kind of ice cold or red hot. But he's the wide receiver 1 for the Detroit Lions, who are always behind. He's only 5,100. When he gets this kind of targeting against a weaker secondary, you can see this is what happens. 23.7 points at the half. He's off to the races here. He's already hit the bonus. So that's going to look like a really good play. He was a good pivot off of like some of the more expensive receivers. And then Sterling Shepard is one, 4.8%. I'm not going to act like I saw this one coming at all. He's, the Giants offense has been, quite frankly, putrid all year. We've seen, Evan Ingram have okay games. We haven't really seen Darius Slayton do anything. So Shepard took an end around early for a touchdown, then he got in again. It's a really nice game. But again, 4.8% ownership. Bit of a dart throw, I think, by people there, but, definitely paying off at the very least at low ownership.
Yeah, a couple of quarterbacks that we've seen also do pretty well. Kirk Cousins, first half, 22.4 DK fantasy points. He's 15.2% rostered. And Tom Brady, 5% rostered in the Millie Maker, the 3 million fantasy football millionaire maker on DraftKings. He's got 16.5 DK fantasy points. And just to kind of keep track of this, because we know there's a ton of playoff implications here in Week 17, Jeff. The Giants right now, with the win here and a football team lost tonight, they get into the playoffs. And again, we have Cincinnati losing to Baltimore right now. The Browns only up by 4 points at half to the Pittsburgh Steelers, 10-6. And the Dolphins right now not doing anything to help their cause. They're losing 28-6 to the Buffalo Bills, who look very strong. So
Colts fans going to be sending some champagne, Reed, to the Buffalo Bills headquarters after today. They still got to take care of Jacksonville, but the Bills are they are ending. It looks like they're going to be ending the Miami Dolphins season.
Taking a page out of Andy Reid's book to Brian Flores, sending in some barbecue last year when they beat the New England Patriots in Week 17. We'll be back after the third quarter ends to wrap up. I don't know, maybe we'll go tight ends, maybe we go DSTs here, Jeff, to see who's going to be shining. But a lot more football to be played here. DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler will be back in just a little bit. DraftKings Leaderboard Live is back. Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler. A lot of things have happened, Jeff, and all of them in that Baltimore-Cincinnati game. It looks like the trio, really, of Lamar Jackson, J.K. Dobbins, and Marquise Hollywood Brown, no longer off-Broadway. Brown has showed up finally in Week 17, 2 touchdowns for Marquise Brown at 4.2% roster percentage. J.K. Dobbins, 31 DK fantasy points at 3.3%. And Lamar Jackson at 25.22 DK fantasy points, 11% rostered. It's them and it's the Minnesota Vikings right now, Jeff. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Lamar Jackson always got a good game, but he's looks like he's out of the game now because Baltimore's so far ahead. So Kirk Cousins really does look like the play. You mentioned, obviously, you're going to want exposure to Dobbins, 3.3% owned. That's a fantastic play. I would be kind of shocked if he wasn't in the winning lineup right now at that low ownership and at his output. But Kirk Cousins at 29.36, he's involved in a shootout with Detroit, pretty much going exactly how we thought it would go. And, Alex Madison up there as well, 27 points at 10.8%. So the Vikings stack with Kirk Cousins at QB, and Justin Jefferson has hit the bonus as well. So he's got a ton of yards, 21.2 points. The Vikings stack is really kind of what you needed to build around. But these Ravens skill players, like you said, really low ownership on Brown and Dobbins, and at least one of them is going to factor in today for sure.
Yeah, and those consist mostly of the lineups that are chasing the first place in the Millie Maker. We were talking about it a little bit before we came on, that flex spot in the number one spot went with Darius Slayton at $4,100.
Yeah.
He's only got 2 catches, 22 yards right now. Look, a lot could happen. Dallas's defense has been bad all season, especially in their secondary, so anything could happen, but that might be costly. A lot of the lineups that are chasing look to have those Ravens. And look, they're sitting, right, like you mentioned, right? They're sitting Lamar Jackson. So we'll see what happens coming up. Any lasting thoughts here as we get one more update in the fourth quarter, the end of the 1 p.m. slates. But any final thoughts at the third quarter break?
Yeah, no, I mean, the leader obviously has he's got the Vikings and the Ravens, but you're right. I mean, the flex spot might hurt him here. We got Ty Montgomery at 4K, Tyron Johnson, a couple other guys at 4K. Could have even just gone with his own teammate, maybe tried to get up to Sterling Shepard, but we'll see because he stacked the perfect Ravens and Vikings. So I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough if Slayton doesn't catch a long touchdown or something. So this one will be interesting to track. He's hit like 6 guys perfectly, it looks like, but that flex and maybe the tight end might come back to haunt him.
Yeah, Atlanta making it a game. It is 23-20 right now. Atlanta is down by a field goal. Russell Gage looks to be the guy in that one, 9 for 91 and a touchdown if you were looking at the Atlanta players. And again, a lot of playoff implications in Week 17. The winner of that Giants-Dallas game with a Washington football team loss get in to the playoffs, which is weird to say at this point. But we'll update everybody with the playoff implications, with the winners of the 1 p.m. slate. Looks like Justin Jefferson just broke the NFL record for most receiving yards in a rookie season. Anquan Bolden, I believe, held that before. And Randy Moss, actually, I think, was second. So Justin Jefferson, what a fantastic story it has been for the first-year receiver out of Minnesota. But we'll be back after the fourth quarter ends and the 1 p.m. slates end. This is Leaderboard Live DraftKings. Jeff Ulrich, Reed T. Fowler. See you guys soon. DraftKings Leaderboard Live, 1 p.m. slate of games, Jeff. All of them, most of them are done. Not all of them just yet. We still have some games out there. That Dallas-New York game, the Giants game, is looking pretty good right now. So make sure you tune in to that finish and that conclusion. But looking at the Week 17, Jeff, DFS plays of the game, or excuse me, plays of the first 1 p.m. slate here. I mean, there's a handful, right? That Minnesota-Detroit game had a ton of points and a ton of guys scoring there, but also Sony Michel. Sony Michel at 1.4% rostered right now, 22.6. He saw a receiving touchdown, receiving work, which we haven't seen at all up until this week. But who are your plays of the 1 p.m. slate here?
Yeah, I mean, we had a ton of fantasy points today. I know there was a couple games where you just knew the defense wasn't going to be there, and Minnesota, Detroit is top of the list. I mean, Marvin Jones Jr. at 11.2%. Talked about him before, but he's got to be like the top play right now, although right behind him is Kirk Cousins. You just like Marvin Jones at 11.2% at 5,100. That was just a good play, quite frankly, for GPPs. We know he's got that big upside. Like I said, there's just not that many targets in Detroit going up against the weak secondary. You mentioned Sony Michel at 4,600. Yeah, 1.4% owned. I mean, really big GPP play. Obviously risky going up against the Jets. I'm not sure if most people realize he'd get a few targets today, but he turned them into something. So that ended up being a pretty big one. But I really like the Marvin Jones play. Antonio Brown, I mean, probably more of a product of the Mike Evans injury, right? He had a massive day, just under 40 DK points as well, 4.2% owned. But I think all the receivers for Tampa were in good spots. So that one's a nice little GPP play. But realistically, it's the Vikings and Marvin Jones here. I mean, we got 4 players in this game with over 25 points. Jefferson, Alex Madison, a couple touchdowns. So that's the story of the first set of games for sure. It's that Minnesota-Detroit battle.
Yeah, and look, we still have that Miami Dolphins Buffalo Bills game still playing, but it's clearly out of reach. They need some things to happen here. Colts loss gets Miami into the playoffs, I believe. A lot of implications there in the 4 p.m. slate. Just really quickly, if you look at some of these plays for the 4 p.m. slate, you got Chargers at the Chiefs sitting their starters. You have Packers, Chicago. We know there's some plays out there. David Montgomery in a great spot. Allen Robinson, Seattle, San Francisco, and then the Saints against Carolina as some of these games in the 4 p.m. slate. Are you looking at anything, maybe switching here in the Millie Maker and some guys putting up points like we saw in the 1 p.m. games?
I mean, I think a guy like DK Metcalf could be an interesting pivot play. He's going to be low owned. We know DK Metcalf can go off for monster games. That San Francisco secondary, quite frankly, it hasn't been good against wide receiver ones most of the year. So I would say DK Metcalf, obviously I think the game most people are targeting late is Tennessee-Houston. It's going to have more ownership there. So again, if you're looking for lower ownership, a guy like DK Metcalf definitely could be on your radar. That's probably who I'd be leaning towards, in the top tier guys. In the more mid tier, I mean, you could look at, players maybe on the Packers, like for like an NVS, Marquez Valdes-Scantling is kind of like a punt play. He's always got that 70-yard touchdown upside. Definitely don't mind the spot for Aaron Rodgers. Some of the cornerbacks for Chicago are out too. So I'm thinking like MVS for a cheap punt play, but DK Metcalf, if you're looking to switch off one of your studs, probably going to be really low owned in the afternoon games.
Yeah, and don't forget too that the Denver and Las Vegas game should have some plays there. That
Bucks
Raiders
in a pretty good
defense.
spot.
That Raiders defense. I know firsthand, not great. Not a great defense in any stretch. Indy. A lot of people are going to be watching that Indy game, especially teams in the AFC that want to be in the playoff. Want to be in the playoffs. Fans of those AFC playoff implications. Jeff, that will do it for us on Leaderboard Live. You have Koff and Kenny coming up next to break down the 4 p.m. slate of games. This has been a pleasure. Week 17, Jeff. We've made it. We've made it.
It's in the bag, yeah, man.
Yeah, and
playoffs.
so playoffs. I personally want to thank you, all of us that, all of the guys, behind the scenes, Cody Glennon. Brian Guy and the ones and twos that put on this weird type of season, right? We had a lot of challenges, obstacles like everybody else up against us. And these guys have done a fantastic job to put your beautiful face, my semi-okay face on a screen at home. So we appreciate it. Guys, enjoy. Good luck. Koff and Kenny will come up next for Leaderboard Live. I'm Reed T. Fowler. That's Jeff Ulrich. Take care.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live with Kenny Ducey. I am Adam Kaufman, and of course, these 4 o'clock games are underway. We were doing the math, Deuce, just prior to coming on. There were approximately 100 games taking place in the NFL today. You had a whole bunch earlier. You got 8 going on now. You got the Washington football team in need of a victory later on tonight. So I think the biggest thing, not that people can tweak their lineups at this stage, obviously, but who are you keeping your eye on this afternoon in particular?
I'm really looking at a few teams and a few players. I wrote up a few things on the DK playbook about T.Y. Hilton. So he's a guy I'm certainly taking a look at. I'm looking at that Colts offense in general. They're favored by about 15.5 points. And a lot of people are kind of bearish on the Colts offense, right? Because they've played a couple tough defenses and they haven't really shown up all those offensive weapons. But I think a guy like T.Y. Hilton, a guy like Nyheim Hines, those are guys that I think will have good games here. The Colts have to win this game. They are huge favorites, right? But we saw in the Ravens game, we still got a good 3.5 quarters, really, of the starters. We saw J.K. Dobbins running well into the fourth quarter. So I think that the Colts have the combination here of a game they need to win, a good matchup, and I think that we'll get to see most of these players for most of the game. And again, what's the loss here if Phillip Rivers comes out at the end of the third quarter? You still have Jacoby Brissett throwing the football. I still think they're going to keep those offensive players on the field. So again, they probably are just only protecting Rivers, right? So I do think that they could have a pretty good day here. The other team I like today is the New Orleans Saints. A lot of people, again, speaking of the Bears, right? No one likes the Saints today because they don't have their running back. They, with Ty Montgomery, former Jet, former Packer, are going to be in there. He's a wide receiver / running back combo. Look, this team won games with Taysom Hill at quarterback, and we know Taysom Hill is not a good quarterback. They won games without giving the ball to Alvin Kamara. They covered 6 of 8 spreads, coming into this week. So I do think that they're going to stomp the Panthers. I don't see anything special in the Panthers, and Taysom Hill can have a great game. I think anyone who rostered Taysom Hill here is going to be very happy. He's going to be getting the football as a running back, as a tight end. I think he's going to get a little extra run because there's a slot now in the offense, an empty slot for Taysom Hill to fill. So I do think that this offense is going to have no issues. And again, Koff, we're talking about the playoffs coming up. The Saints, this offense hasn't shown them that they can win a Super Bowl. I think they want to have one more good performance here, ride that momentum into the postseason.
Well, that in mind, I can't help but think about, obviously, the Packers in Chicago taking on the Bears. And I'm sure a lot of people will look at some of the leading lineups. A lot of people were thinking about that Rodgers-Adams stack today. And why wouldn't you? It's been obviously a very more boom than bust stack each and every week. But for anyone that did roster, say, a Kirk Cousins or a Tom Brady earlier in the quarterback position in the classic lineup, you're probably feeling pretty good. But even still, is this with that first round bye on the line? I mean, is this a kind of a statement opportunity for the Packers, not to mention Rodgers trying to potentially cement an MVP season?
I think it's a statement a statement game for the Chicago Bears. And I do think that the Bears will show up in this football game. You look at the way that this season has gone for them, right? They start off super strong. They got into a huge rut, but really their early season record, 5-1, really kept them afloat in the playoff race. And now you're talking about a team that still can make the playoffs. They did have some things go right here, but a win certainly does it for them. The Rams, the football team are up there. But I do think that the Bears, should have a pretty good showing here. It's a rivalry game. I don't think the Packers are going to be going all out here for the first round bye. They'll have their starters in, right? They're not going to be resting their quarterback like the Chiefs are with Patrick Mahomes. But I still do think that the Chicago Bears should put up a good fight here. This is a good defense. This is a defense that's kept them in football games all season long. So I don't actually really like the Rodgers and Adams stack. And when you look at this defense, I mean, the names just pile up for you when you talk about the talent. So I think that this Bears team, the offense against a bad defense, should have a decent go of it. And I also don't really love the Rodgers and Adams stack. I actually really like maybe Trubisky Robinson. This could be a big statement game for for Allen Robinson. He's Mitch Robinson, the inner Knicks fan coming out. Allen Robinson's going to be playing.
He's doing well, though. Nice big man.
Couple nice blocks last night. Allen Robinson's playing for a contract that, you love in baseball. We look for guys on contract years. This is the last game before Allen Robinson hits free agency. This guy's going to ball out today. No doubt in my mind. So I do like the Bears here to kind of roll over the Packers.
It's no shade in this house, obviously, for the Chiefs, by the way. You talked about them sitting basically their entire offense. Who cares? They've taken a 7-0 lead against the Chargers with Chad Henne finding Byron Pringle in the end zone for a touchdown. That's right. The Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs rolling out the Henne Pringle stack today and getting it done. We also have an early touchdown here by the Colts, I believe. Looks like, or no.
And the Rams, the Rams,
Colts,
the most
Colts
recent
on
one.
the board. Mm-hmm.
Colts did, Saints did, Jared Cook. And the most recent one here, the Rams, Wolford throws an interception inside the red zone, and the Cardinals with Streveler get the touchdown pass.
So there you have it. And we'll give you all the details, obviously, going forward. Before we get to the leading lineups, any surprises for you from the 1:00 slate?
Oh, sure. There were a bunch of surprises to me. I'm not really, the biggest matchups of the day, right? I'm not surprised about the Steelers keeping it close. I think that You look at the way that the Mason Rudolph played at the end of last year and this defense, and the fact that the Browns have just like wilted in the face of good defenses this year, especially the Steelers. I don't think that that's really surprising to me. They kept it close. You look at the Giants and the Cowboys game, that was essentially a coin flip, and it basically came down to a coin flip at the end. The biggest surprise to me would be there's two. The first one, though, the important game here, the Dolphins. The Dolphins got rolled over by Matt Barkley and the Bills. And yes, you can talk about the fact that, well, it was 28-6 at halftime. Look, 28-6, man, you're fighting for a playoff spot. You got what you think is an elite defense. That's not too big a hole to climb out of, especially when you consider the fact that the Bills came out of the locker room with Matt Barkley under center, right? So you got, backup quarterback. You got a highly touted defense, Brian Flores, everyone's talking about him all season long. And you come out and you just look awful. And you get rolled over by backups on the offensive. They had a guy named, I think, Antonio Williams running the football. I have no idea who that guy is. He was the running back. You have to play better defense. And then on the other side of the football for them, Tua Tagovailoa, I don't understand, what is exciting about him. Like, he did nothing well in this game. He's throwing ducks. He's making terrible decisions. He's throwing 5-yard passes. I just don't see where the redeeming qualities are with him. I get, you live with some of Josh Allen's rookie year, right? Josh Allen's sophomore year. You live with some of those mistakes, right? Because he's got the legs. He's got the huge arm. Where is the talent for Tua? I don't get it. Like, he's not running the football, and I get it. It's not his fault. He got injured. Maybe it takes a little bit of time there. But if you're not, it's basically like Tim Tebow, but Tim Tebow decided that he wasn't going to run at all. So what do you have left? You have a guy that's he doesn't have the zip on the passes. I think that he's good at making short, accurate passes, but it's just not enough to win you a football game. I don't think Fitz would have done any better, judging by the last time he played Matt Barkley in a Week 17 game with the playoff spot on the line. He absolutely just got his shell rocked by that team, and he was with the Jets at that time. But I don't know what to say, man. Dolphins looked like they were going to make the playoffs here. Disappointing end of the season, 10-6, and you don't get the postseason berth that you wanted, and maybe you have to have a new quarterback also.
Speaking of quarterbacks dealing with injuries, by the way, Kyler Murray has been replaced by Chris Streveler as the QB went to the locker room, questionable to return with an ankle injury. As we know, this is a must-win game for Arizona here with this tough test with the Rams. A bubble team as it is, not to mention, you got obviously Washington. This is sort of an external situation for Washington. A win tonight against the Eagles means a playoff spot after the Giants just beat the Cowboys. But the Rams naturally vying for a playoff spot, the Bears, not just the Cardinals as well. So there are a bunch of teams trying to flirt their way on in, but it's season of the balance presumably here for Arizona right now, just riding on whether or not Kyler Murray returns.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that you're able to get 7 points on the board with Streveler, I just kind of glossed over the fact that he threw that touchdown pass. I remember that I thought Murray might have been dealing with a bit of an injury, but yeah, it's certainly hanging the balance for both of these teams. For the Cardinals, you look at a season that really was lost. This even if they make the playoffs, this shouldn't have even been close, right? This team beat the Seahawks. They looked like they were taking control of this division, this very difficult NFC West, and they come out here, in the last 4 or 5 games last week. What was that showing, right? So against the Niners. So yeah, both of these teams really need a win here to get into the playoffs. Obviously, everyone knows, and so I don't think that the Cardinals thought they would be in this. Frankly, I don't think both of these teams thought they'd be in this spot, but the Rams losing to the Jets, the Cardinals losing a couple of games last couple of weeks. And even that Giants game, right? They should have won that game by 40 points. They won it by, 21 or something. So it's not looking great right now for the Cardinals, even with Kyler Murray in there. I'm not really sold that the Cardinals would be running all over this Rams defense, but I think it's a matter of the Rams defense needs to figure out what it's doing because it's looked really bad lately. It's supposed to be elite. It's supposed to be the top defense in the league. And the Cardinals, their offense, which was just high-powered, explosive, Cliff Kingsbury's an offensive coach, has totally sputtered in the last few weeks. So which unit is going to pick it up? If Kyler Murray is not in there for Arizona, obviously it's going to be a little tougher for them. But is Sean McVay's coaching going to be enough to outlast this, this quarterback change for the Rams, or is it not going to be? Is Sean McVay going to once again get, not get enough out of his quarterback? But I do think that Sean McVay's done just fine with Jared Goff, who's nothing special at quarterback. So I do still have faith in the Rams. It's very early here. I think they win this football game.
In the $3 million fantasy football millionaire contest with $1 million going to first place, if we wind up with a solo leader, obviously by the end of the 4 o'clock slate, and about 176,500 entries, not too many people irked by the Kyler Murray injury. In the Millie Maker, he is only owned in 1.3% of lineups, but naturally for those who did opt to stack the early games, we have a solo leader. It is P. Sheehan, 24, with only about a half-point lead, 3/4-point lead on Russell C. Fink, second entry for that individual, and he's got Taylor, who already has 7 points. So sorry to our leader. I don't think that's going to hold. I guess the question is, though, how do you feel about our second place position versus scrolling down a little bit, looking at, say, in ninth, you have Tommy P. 24, who's about 25 points off the lead, has the Seahawks DST, Zach Pascal. I don't know. Obviously, you would think the Seahawks DST would really have to go off. I don't see anyone near the top who still is waiting on a quarterback to play right now. But naturally, people are capable of erupting in this 8-game 4 o'clock slate. So how is this going to play out if you were to just guess? Is it someone who stacked the 1 o'clock that's going to be favorable, or the 4 o'clock when all is said and done?
Look, man, there's so many 4 o'clock games, and I think that there's so
More.
much.
Yeah,
there's so much potential here. I do think that a 4 o'clock game gets it. Look, we've seen, a score like this, 229 hold up, and you look at the lineups chasing, some Colts in there, right? But you gotta remember the Colts here are 15.5-point favorites. I know this is the second time I brought it up now, but I do think that the Colts have a lot of points that they're going to score in this game. And, a guy like T.Y. Hilton, a guy like Zach Pascal, who's in the 9th place lineup, who's 6.8% owned. I mean, those are two candidates right there, I think, to go off. I mentioned Taysom Hill. I think that he's going to be a nice value play today. I think Taysom Hill could score multiple touchdowns. You, of course, have Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson is one of the fantasy monsters. I mean, you think he's not going to be able to put up over 37 points like, Kirk Cousins did? And I think Deshaun could easily go for 42 if he had a good game. And this matchup could be right here with the Titans. The defense has kind of been limping a little bit, and J.J. Watt to charge into the Texans. So I certainly think that we could see some better performances from Houston's offense. And, other than that, though, I mean, those are the two places I'm really looking. You mentioned Adams and Rodgers. The names are out there. The names are certainly out there. And I don't know if this is going to hold. There's just too many games, and you have the potential here that someone has Kirk Cousins in their lineup further down and maybe saved a little bit of money. I mean, you look at Jasicki's, and there's a lot of icicles here or snowflakes in a lot of lineups that are up here. So I think that there's a little potential to build on.
All right, about halfway through first quarter of most of these 4 o'clock games, in some cases nearing an end of the opening action here. Chargers and Chiefs are rolling right along. In fact, Justin Herbert just hitting Parham for a touchdown. It's going to even up that game in Kansas City. A lot to keep an eye on here on Leaderboard Live over the next couple hours or so. Be sure to stay here with us, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. We greatly appreciate it. He is Kenny. I'm Adam. Stick around. We'll return soon. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Some of these 4 o'clock games hitting the first quarter break. Just to review where we stand right now with Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. Bears, Packers, knotted at 7, just the start of the second quarter. Jaguars down 10-0 in Indianapolis. Obviously an important game for the Colts, and Jonathan Taylor already going off early. That is early second as well. The Chiefs, without everyone, basically, still lead 14-7 against the Chargers early in that second. First quarter break, it's the Rams down a touchdown at home to the Cardinals, 7-0, end of one. The Seahawks up 3-0 in San Fran against the Niners, 7-7 the Saints and Panthers, and it's 3-3 Titans and Texans. Anything quickly jump out at you before we look at the leading lineups?
Not really in particular. I mean, I think the Tennessee Titans, you expect a little bit more from here. Sluggish start for them. I did expect this to be a high-scoring game, so not sure where the points are here. It's 3-3 at the end of one, and the Titans really should wake up here. I mean, win and they're in. They're already they're already in because the Dolphins lost in this one, but I think that there's a lot – people overrate, right, how little teams are going to care. Like, I think a lot of these teams, like the Packers – I don't know if they'll necessarily care, but the Titans and the Saints don't want to be sleepwalking going into the playoffs. I think that the Chiefs,
I think if you're the Packers, you want a first round bye, don't you?
I don't know necessarily if that's what's on their mind because they played so well. I mean, it could be, Cobb. I mean, I'm not saying no, right? I'm not Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what he's thinking, but I would say that, for teams like the Saints, teams like the Titans, their playoff spot is guaranteed, but these are teams that have not really looked amazing, right? Like the Saints have looked fine, but they're much worse, I think, than that 11-4 record shows. I think that they want to feel good about themselves coming into the postseason. The Titans, on the other hand, you just got your doors blown off by the Packers. You got to come out and respond here before you go into the postseason. You have to feel good about the way you're playing, right? I think there's a lot to be said for positive, energy around a team the week before the postseason. So I do think that, I just think that both of these teams really have come out flat, and it's kind of surprised me here, but I think there's a lot of time obviously still to go. Of course, the Rams, this whole goal line disaster with the Cardinals here, they had the two false starts, and that's, the ball was basically on the half-yard line for them, and, now they got to kick a field goal. Just all sorts of things going wrong for them. But, I would say that those are the two things I've really been watching so far. I mean, I'm not really surprised that the Colts are, beating up on the Jaguars here, or that, the Seahawks are out to an early lead, but those are the ones that kind of surprised me. I mean, you mentioned the Chiefs too. I guess that's a little bit surprising, considering, they have their subs in, but I think that people think the Chargers are way better than they are, man. Like, this is a bad football team. They are real bad. So this team, especially the defense, I'm not shocked that Darwin Thompson just got his first touchdown.
All right, let's look at the $3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest. Again, 176,500 entries. Currently, it is a new leader, Russell C. Fink, who has Jonathan Taylor to help vault him into the leading lineup after Tom Brady, Alexander Madison, Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, Marvin Jones Jr., and Sterling Shepard among those who absolutely went off earlier in the day, all for basically 30-plus points. Taylor, well on his way, has 13.6 as things stand early in the second. Already has hit the 100-yard rushing bonus. Awfully impressive for him. You have the second, third, fourth, and seventh lineups are all complete, so no one there can benefit, obviously. But down in fifth, sitting about 20 points off the lead, Taylor, so obviously nothing doing there really, but Tunyon and the Seahawks DST are two groups that could, or two entities, I suppose you might say, that could potentially help to lift that lineup up above Mr. Fink if it works out that way. You also have for FJC 3-3, similarly about 20 points off the lead, Kiki QT is in that lineup, Jared Cook, and the Colts DST as well. So I guess if you're examining potential contenders for the millionaire, who do you feel most confident in among the ones we've looked at?
I mean, I got to be honest, it might be whoever has Derrick Henry. And we haven't looked at that name in the lineups up here, but Derrick Henry just ran for a 50-yard touchdown. You got the Titans only up 7 right now. They just started the second quarter. I mean, this guy's off to a fantastic start, already 72 yards and a touchdown.
I will tell you, sorry to cut you off, but the 10th place lineup has Derrick Henry as well as Darren Fells and the Colts DST. And that group's about 30 points off the lead, a little less than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a potential right there. I mean, you talk about a guy that could easily have 40 points. We have not seen too many slate breakers yet today, Koff. I mean, you look down the line, especially at the leading lineup right now. Marvin Jones Jr. obviously went for a monster game here with 180 yards, but you talk about a guy, Derrick Henry could potentially have, 100 yards and 3 touchdowns. I mean, that's realistic right now, considering he has 70-1 already through essentially one quarter. And we know he's obviously talented. We know he loves to play into the month of December. That's been talked about a whole lot. But Texans defense, really nothing special. There's a game the Titans need to win. You talk about game script, potentially they get out to a lead and they continue to pound the rock with Derrick Henry. That he could be the best performer of the day. And it's hard to see the best performer not making it into the leading lineup here. It is hard to see a way that you could fade Derrick Henry and still win if Derrick Henry goes for 45 or 50 points, which he is definitely capable of. So that is certainly a new development here to watch, but that just happened while we were on the air. So I figured I'd bring it up. But if he goes, again, you know this bet, just as well as I do, he goes for 50 points, we're going to see these lineups shake up.
Yeah, he is owned about 40.5% in this millionaire contest. We'll see what happens. We will rejoin you at halftime, see where things sit. But yeah, any Henry lineups certainly are on the way to climb right now. Jonathan Taylor better do himself some favors, go for a 30-point game and try and help Mr. Fink solidify. We'll see. It could happen. Again, with Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. We'll come on back with you in a little bit. Hey there again. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, you, and thanks for being with us. Halftime of some of these 4 o'clock games. Again, it's week 17, 8 4 o'clock games. I love it. I love it. You can't get enough. Just a lot of NFL action today. 16 games over the course of the entire day, including, of course, the big Sunday night football game on the way in just a few hours between Washington and Philadelphia. WFT, the Washington football team, in need of a victory. But Kenny, let's talk about what's happening right now. And as we know, regarding the playoffs here, in the AFC, Chiefs, they have, regardless of what they do with the JV team in today, they've already locked up their first-round playoff bye. The Bills, obviously are going to play the Dolphins, the Colts, or the Titans. The Titans and Colts, one of them is going to get the Ravens. Steelers against the Browns. All of that stuff is locked in, semi-locked in, which means you need a Titans W to win the AFC South, Titans loss, and a Colts win. Colts win the division. Colts loss means the Dolphins get the final playoff spot. So how intently are you glued to all of this right now?
Well, to be honest, if the Dolphins had just beaten Matt Barkley and the Bills for a half, really, this would be a lot more exciting. But it is pretty much locked up here. The only thing that we're going to be taking a look at is, whether or not the Titans are already in, but whether or not they win the division. Obviously, the Colts could certainly win the division here if the Titans lose, and then that would kind of throw a lot of things off. But I think that with 3 playoff berths available here, and again, the Colts in a really good spot here. They win this game. The Dolphins falling out of it with that loss today, that just horrific loss. I mean, there's no way around it to the Bills. They think the Colts are evidently going to get that playoff spot. But in the NFC, I mean, you got the Rams here up by, 5 points over the Cardinals with that weird score because of the safety.
Yeah.
You've got the
12-7
Bears here
currently at the half.
You've got the Bears here fighting like heck against the Packers. And of course, if the Cardinals somehow can win this game over the Rams, they're all of a sudden right back in the mix. And the football team you mentioned, of course, tonight playing for the playoff spot. The NFC is real exciting right now. The AFC, I was hoping for a little bit more drama, but the fact of the matter is the Ravens down the stretch had the easiest schedule in football, arguably. The Browns had a pretty easy one as well. And in week 17, you got the Titans and the Colts set up as big favorites, and it kind of just leaves the Dolphins in a winner go home spot. And Tua didn't rise to the occasion. So the playoff race still hot, but it's safe to touch now.
You had said for the Packers earlier, you weren't quite sure what the priority was today. I mean, naturally, you always want to win, but is the first round bye in the NFC that important versus kind of keeping guys healthy, relatively rested? Well, at the moment, at the half, it is 21-13, Green Bay on top in Chicago. Aaron Rodgers is doing perfectly fine, almost 20 fantasy points at the half, whereas you have Devontae Adams, and as we know, this guy could still blow up for 25 points, but kind of a no-show right now, only 3 and change through 2 quarters. So Rodgers, looking another direction so far.
Yeah, and you had the big touchdown pass right there to Valdez-Scantling, 2 catches for 87 yards and the touchdown. Now, I'm sure a lot of season-long Valdez-Scantling owners just like, okay, well, now is the week that you're going to end up catching that long touchdown pass, right? But anytime you got Kyle Fuller, back there in the secondary here, I think there's a chance that the number 1 receiver could be, semi-limited here. So I'm not really, trashing Devontae Adams here. Again, it's a spot where the Bears defense is good. So this is the opposite, right, of all these other situations that we're looking at. Look at the New Orleans Saints, maybe a guy like Emmanuel Sanders, maybe another top target there. You look at the Colts against the Jaguars, Michael Pittman, Zach Pascal, T.Y. Hilton, Naeem Hines. All these matchups, in week 17, these are good matchups on teams that, either need to win or don't need to win, but good offenses, right? This is not one of them. Chicago, not only are they coming in for a dogfight, but this is one of the best defense in football. So I never would have targeted the Packers offense to begin with here with so many other great spots. It is what makes it a good contrarian play, but this is the risk you run, right? The Bears have a lockdown defense. They don't have a great offense either. They have a tendency to play real low scoring games. And we always look at the implied total when we're looking at the DFS, prospects here. This was not one that had a super high implied total. So you did get 3 touchdowns out of the Packers, which was great. And I think that people might be a little bit disappointed if they own A.J. Dillon right now. if they own, Aaron Jones, but it's whenever a guy like Dominique Daphne is scoring touchdowns, you're in trouble. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the second half. I don't think that the Packers are going to keep their foot on the gas, but I could stand corrected.
Devontae Adams and the Millie Makers own in about 19% of lineups. MVS, as you talked about, with his big production so far, less than 2%. Sometimes that's just the way it shakes down. Let's take a look at the $3 million fantasy football millionaire contest. About 176.5 thousand entries, I should say. And Russell C. Fink, we've talked a lot about this individual and this lineup, with exactly 30 minutes to go, belonging to Jonathan Taylor, who was already up to 23 points, very nearly, with the 100-yard rushing bonus, 137 on the ground and all, and a touchdown as well. Hasn't done anything in the passing game, hasn't had to this point. This is the only individual that is still going in these 4 o'clock games for Russell C. Fink, who has about a 24-point lead on Mr. Alloy, who also has Taylor's. No gain to be benefit from there, but Robert Tunyon is in that lineup. Seahawks DST in that lineup. Not getting a ton of production out of either of those spots currently. If we look at some of the other options here, there's a one with Taylor and the Chargers DST, probably not going to get much out of that. How about the 5th place lineup, though? This one's certainly on the radar. King of Bing, with 90 game minutes left and sitting about 25 points back at the lead, has Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor, and also has one Parham Jr., who has about 13 points. So I don't know. I mean, you tell me, if you're sitting 5th right now, but with those 3 options, you feeling pretty good?
Yeah, this was the lineup that we were getting excited about before we went on the air here. I mean, King of Bing, for what it's worth, Derrick Henry stepped out at the 2-yard line on one of these runs, these long runs that didn't get called for a touchdown. He didn't end up getting that touchdown, so he's still stuck on 1 touchdown. You give him that touchdown, and again, these are the breaks in DFS, right? Now you're looking at a 3rd place lineup, and now he's like 19 points away from Russell C. Fink. So that was a nice break for the guys up top, but I'm still not convinced with an 8-point lead here. The Titans aren't just going to continue to give the football to Derrick Henry, and the Texans have not shown the ability to stop him yet. So I think that 3 touchdowns are still very much on the table. The other lineup I really like, J.M. Pearson, he has Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor as well, but he has Michael Pittman Jr., only has 2.7 points. I think that Michael Pittman Jr. is destined for more than 2.7 points. The guy had, they got him involved on a couple touches. He had a rush for 2 yards. He had the catch for 15, but I'm a little scared that the Colts are already up 13 points and they're not going to be throwing the ball to Pittman much, but this is a terrible secondary. I mean, these are awful cornerbacks, and their top cornerback just got lost for the season. He got put on IR, Cough. So this is a secondary in dismay. There is always a chance with the secondary this bad that is also injured that you could have a guy go for an 80-yard touchdown. You could have a guy go off in the second half, even though they're not really force-feeding him the ball. I do think that this is a good lineup to watch, considering he's just a point behind King of Bing, who is probably cursing out the Jets right now for only getting 2.3 points at the defense position. You have Derrick Henry. You say, okay, Derrick Henry goes for another 20 points in the second half. Right there, you zoom up to J.M. Pearson at 238, King of Bing at 239. And then the decider very well could be Michael Pittman going for potentially 10 more points in the second half. I think these are two cats that we're going to be taking a look at. We're going to be watching a lot in the second half. And I'm excited to see if J.M. Pearson can hop King of Bing and if both of them can overtake the top lineups here and win the Millie.
All right. Well, there's plenty to watch for, obviously, as we continue on. You got full halves on the way for a bunch of these games. The Packers on top in Chicago by 8. The Raiders leading by 7 in Denver. That game seconds away from the half. The Colts running away, like you said, by 13 against Jacksonville at the break. Chargers have overtaken the Chiefs up by 10, 24-14 against the JV squad right now. Long way to go in that one also, clearly. The Cardinals with that weird 12-7 deficit in LA against the Rams. The Seahawks and Niners, where offense has gone to die so far. 6-6 game early in the third quarter. The Saints up 16-7 in Carolina. That second half is underway, and the Titans up by 8 in Houston. That is what we're looking at. We got a long way ahead of us and a whole lot of lineup changes potentially as well. Stay with us on DraftKings Leaderboard Live. We will take you through everything going on and, of course, all the big plays, injuries, and lineup changes that you need to know about. We'll return soon. Welcome back. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Kenny Ducey. I am Adam Kaufman, and let's get into it here because, as we know, fourth quarter action, 4 o'clock games. Normally, we have, 2, 3, maybe 4 games to look at. 8, Deuce. Deuce is wild. So tell me, what are you watching for as these games get close to wrapping up?
Well, I mean, the Texans here, it looked like the Titans are going to pull away in this game. The Texans come back late, and I think I'm watching that game the closest because we mentioned basically in every single hit that Derrick Henry is in some of these top 10 lineups. He has the potential to go for 3 touchdowns. This game is close. Derrick Henry fumbling might actually pay off for Derrick Henry owners because he might end up getting more touches now with this game somewhat in question. The Titans only have 3 points. Yeah, they don't need to win it, but again, they want to have a good taste in their mouth going into the postseason. Derrick Henry already sitting on 204 yards, already with the bonus, obviously, and 2 touchdowns. He could potentially go for another 10 to 15 points to me with the whole quarter of football left. And that would give King of Bing, who's in 4th place, and he's down by about 10 points, that would give him enough to overtake Russell C. Fink. So we'll have to see what happens, but that is a game I am certainly watching closely. A couple other storylines that I've been watching as well. Wolford, I mean, this guy is absolutely incredible. This is like my favorite football player of all time now. Already. 1 start, I'm in love with this guy. He's got to start somewhere next year. So the Rams look fantastic. And the Colts, again, we were worried that 20-3, the Colts offense might not have a lot more points to come, right? We thought that maybe the T.Y. Hiltons of the world, Jonathan Taylor, even Michael Pittman Jr., who's in one of these top lineups, maybe they don't get the ball because it's a blowout. Well, it's not a blowout anymore. The Jacksonville Jaguars might win this game, which would be insane. So you look at what's happening there, and we have excitement everywhere. We got points everywhere, Koff, except for in the Seahawks-Niners game. And I can't help but think about the people, not only in the season longs, but in DFS who've just been backing DK Metcalf and Russell Wilson the last 3 weeks, just plugging them in. I love these guys. They're the stud. They're going to go off. These guys, where have they been, man? Like this offense has just been real bad lately, the Seahawks. So not only am I probably fading them in the playoffs, but right now, if you roster DK Metcalf and that's the last piece, you spend a lot of money on him. That's the last piece of your lineup. It's not looking too good. On the bright side for people betting on NFC West games or putting players from NFC West teams in their DFS lineups, Kyler Murray is back. So we do have that.
So looking at these games that we have going on, then we'll get to the leaderboards here, which of course constantly changing with a few people close to the top or at the top. The Packers, early fourth quarter, they're only up by 5. As we know, Aaron Rodgers, great first half, hasn't done a lot since Devontae Adams has basically done nothing so far. And the Bears are still challenging here. What's an important game for both these teams? The Raiders and Broncos, obviously it's not a game that means anything, but still it is a 1-point game. So you have guys playing for jobs, playing for pride. It's late in the third quarter in that one. The Colts, as you talked about, narrowly ahead of the Jaguars. That one is far from over, and Indy needs a win. It's a 6-point game with 12 minutes to go. Chargers, Chiefs. KC doesn't care, and so the Chargers blowing doors right now, up 17. The Cardinals fighting for a win as best they can, but they're down 11 in LA. About 12 minutes to go in that one. The Seahawks and Niners are obviously closest talked about, and Seattle still jockeying for playoff position. Saints running away from the Panthers 33-7. So we'll see if any regulars get out of there pretty soon. And the Titans and Texans naturally are very, very close. A 3-point game at the end of 3, already about 60 points scored in that one. That's all a long-winded way of starting to ask you. You mentioned Derrick Henry before and that fumble. Maybe he comes back with a vengeance out to prove something else. Like he has much to prove to the world here. He could hit 2,000 rushing yards today with another 30 or so. He's already up over 200. Is there another guy that jumps out at you that you feel like could really come alive in the fourth quarter in a similar sort of way?
I mean, first of all, I just have to warn people that the Tennessee Titans have crossed midfield. So if you were banking on Derrick Henry not scoring a 3rd touchdown, like maybe someone in the Zoom call is, watch out, because they are at the 49 now of Houston. A big roughing the passer call on a 3rd down. That stinks. The other thing right now that's sort of interesting is Kyler Murray back in this game. I don't think that people are going to be getting the day out of Kyler Murray that they thought they were going to be getting, right? With, he hasn't been playing all game, so he's not going to go for 30 points. But, I am looking at potentially a Kenyon Drake, a Chase Edmonds. One of these guys on the Cardinals here, I do think could certainly benefit from Murray being back. But in terms of realistic expectations for the rest of this slate, I would say that looking at the Colts, they're in a better spot now. You still have a whole quarter left. I mean, if Phillip Rivers can figure out where he's throwing the football, that'd be great. But we see Michael Pittman up here in one of these lineups. You might have T.Y. Hilton. I thought he was going to have a tremendous game today. These are guys that are still on the field. They are still playing football. I don't think Jonathan Taylor is really going to get much run anymore, but you could potentially get something out of maybe a touchdown is on the board here for Burton or Michael Pittman or, even a T.Y. Hilton or Zach Pascal. So we'll have to see, but you got to feel good right now. If you're rostered a Colts wide out, and you got to feel a little bit optimistic here that potentially the game is not over yet. You can get something.
All right, the NFL $3 million fantasy football millionaire contest with about 176,500 entries and $1 million going to first if we wind up with a solo leader. At the moment, with a while to go, we've got one. Russell C. Fink hanging on. 3-point advantage right now, still has Taylor going, but for how much longer, to your point, we'll see. That game is early in the fourth quarter. Right behind him by only 3 points, it's Fox 17 has Taylor, also has Brandon Cooks, who has erupted for 40 points so far with the 100-yard bonus, 154 in the air, and multiple touchdowns. Also, King of Bing, who we have tracked closely, has Henry, has Taylor, has Parham, all who are doing quite well. Everyone in that lineup, in fact, with the fire emoji, with the exception of the Jets DST earlier that only got 2 points in that loss to the Patriots. You can't count out some of these other entries as well. I mean, there's some repetition as you would expect between players. There's another lineup, JBC, that has Henry and Chenault and Parham. So if Chenault, who already has 20 points, should happen to do something huge, that lineup is only 10 points off the lead. So, where are you zeroing in? Which lineup do you like best in terms of personnel remaining?
Well, I'm sorry. If I made a face here, Derrick Henry just fumbled again, but he did recover it. I'm just shocked. Back-to-back drives here, he fumbles, but he does get 7 yards on the play. So the Derrick Henry haters are sick right now. I do really like King of Bing here because he has a lot of different ways he can win. Like, again, you're 9 points down. You got Derrick Henry here. Just literally they're giving the ball to him every play right now. We're watching this unfold. And that's a recipe for a win if I've ever seen one. If Henry racks up another 20 yards on this drive, they're on the 37, he gets a touchdown. That's 8 points right there. That automatically puts you 2 points behind Russell C. Fink. The other way and again, there's still a whole quarter of football left, guys. There's 14 minutes. The other way King of Bing can win is if Donald Parham just does anything, right? If Donald Parham gets him 3 or 4 more points, this could be over, man. Like, I know I'm counting on a Derrick Henry touchdown, but Parham scores a touchdown, God forbid, another touchdown. This could be a huge swing. So it's certainly anyone's ball game right now. I'm looking at this, and I want to hope that Russell C. Fink hangs on here because he had a great lineup and he stacked early, which was clearly the key. But I'm really scared, man. If I'm going up against Derrick Henry here, although I will say, as we keep talking, the Titans drive is stalling out. So, potentially maybe there's only one drive for Derrick Henry left. I still think there's a lot of points there for him. And also, Jonathan Taylor could always score a touchdown as well. So I'd be a little scared here if I'm the early stackers.
All right, stay with us. Again, fourth quarter, much of it remaining for most of these games that are still going on. Heck, we talked about the one that was still wrapping up the third quarter. So we have a ways to go, lots to cover, and maybe some big lineup changes ahead. Stay with us. This is DraftKings Leaderboard Live. Welcome back, everyone, to DraftKings Leaderboard Live. I'm Adam Kaufman, joined alongside Kenny Ducey, as I have been for the last few hours. And Kenny, now that the Raiders have outlasted the Broncos in a wild back-and-forth game that unfortunately didn't mean anything with regard to the standings, but obviously pride and certainly DFS contests on the line for a number of people out there. There's much to discuss, but first, let us tell you, as we now know, basically all of the playoff teams for the NFL postseason starting next weekend. The only question mark is who will win the NFC East. It's Washington with a win tonight over Philadelphia. Otherwise, it will be the Giants after knocking off the Cowboys earlier on today. Matchups that we have to look forward to wild card weekend. In the AFC, Indianapolis at Buffalo, Cleveland at Pittsburgh, Baltimore at Tennessee. In the NFC, it'll be Chicago at New Orleans, LA Rams at Seattle, and again, Tampa Bay at the winner of the NFC East. The first round buys going to Green Bay and Kansas City. Is there one game in particular, before we dive into all of today's stuff, that you are most looking forward to next weekend?
I mean, I don't really know. I think that Tampa Bay is probably on upset watch. I know that that's crazy to say, but I'm not really familiar. Like, I'm not confident in them. I'm not as confident in them as I think that most people are, just given the fact that, yeah, they've beaten up on some good teams, and they've improved a lot over the last few weeks. I'll give them that. Antonio Brown looks like he's a legit player now, but I'm not sure that this team is going to make the Super Bowl in a very competitive NFC. So I'm interested to see if they get by. Also, Josh Allen, he obviously gets the bye, but in the playoffs going forward, I'm excited to see what he does, because remember last time we saw him, he obviously lateraled to absolutely nobody. So I think that there's some pretty good narratives going into the playoffs, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be pretty fun to watch. That's for sure.
Well, we got all week to look ahead and talk about it. And certainly if you're familiar with the Dream Stream, whether it's watching the Sweat or all of our Madden simulations, you can bet there will be a ton of commentary on these games and looking ahead, not only from a DFS perspective, but just as football fans and who we're looking to emerge out of each respective conference to get to the Super Bowl and ultimately win the thing there in Tampa. But again, that's for the days and weeks ahead. For now, after what was a crazy week 17 and some lineups really blowing up with those 4:00 games as we expected, with 8 games going on during the latter half of the slate, let's take a look at the projected winning lineup, barring any changes, for the $3 million Fantasy Football Millionaire Contest. $1 million is slated to go to DT Healy 7 if this holds, about a 4-point victory over Herm 023, 107th entry for that individual. So fire emojis across the board, with the exception of the Jets TST, with just 2 points and allowing 28 in New England. You had Kirk Cousins go for almost 40. Jonathan Taylor eclipsed that mark with multiple touchdowns. Alexander Mattison, people thought he'd be chalked today and he would go off today, absent Dalvin Cook playing, obviously, after the tragic passing of his father. Well, he wasn't chalky, only about 10% owned, but he did go for about 30 points. You had Brandon Cooks go for north of 40 with a couple of touchdowns in the 100-yard bonus. 40 plus for Marvin Jones Jr. with multiple touchdowns. Jerry Jeudy, which is what put this lineup in the leading spot, he had a 92-yard score, gave him 30 fantasy points on the day. Mike Gesicki checked in with just a shade under 10, and Antonio Brown AJ Brown, went for 34 points. So what stands out to you most about this lineup?
Jerry Jeudy just coming out of nowhere to make an impact here with a 92-yard reception, I think obviously stands out. But, AJ Brown to me was a guy that we weren't really tracking in the 4 p.m. games, but wound up being one of the best players on the slate. And that's because the Titans, the game script here, the Titans fell behind. They needed to start going to AJ Brown. And AJ Brown proved himself, I think, this week and all season long to be one of the top 5 receivers in football. I really think you can make that argument. This guy is so reliable. He was physical today. He made amazing big time catches. Of course, he had the 50-yard catch that put him at he put him over 100 yards, but or he was flirting around there anyway, but it put the Titans in the position to win the game. I think that he's the most surprising person to see in this lineup, just because, again, it was just him and Jeudy were not even on our radar about 30 minutes ago. So him, right. Cooks, I think you had to get the game script all right. And DT Healy correctly predicted how this Titans Texans game was going to go. It was the fact that the Titans were going to have to throw the ball a bunch. The Texans were going to throw the ball a bunch. It was going to be a close game. So you look down, you could see the story of how he thought Sunday was going to go, and it went exactly according to plan for him. He just picked all the close games, and that's sometimes all you have to do. You think Minnesota and Detroit, okay, two bad defenses, let's attack Cousins and Jones. Denver, Las Vegas, that's going to be a close game. And obviously he had Madison in there as well. Taylor, the game script there, he figured, well, Taylor's just going to run all second half, which was true, even though the Colts didn't exactly blow out the Jaguars. And I guess the one thing he got wrong here, the two, were that the Dolphins were going to have a nice win over the backups and beat the Bills and get into the playoffs. And the Jets were going to end their season on a high note, which basically everybody did. You had a lot of Ty Johnson today, 13% ownership on the Jets defense. Everyone in the world said the Jets were going to win. I said the Jets were going to win, and the Jets came out and they did not win. So pretty well done though for DT Healy. I think that you look at, the games he predicted correctly, and it was only about 3 games that he was like, well, these are going to be shootouts, and they were. So job well done.
What's crazy to me though, Deuce, is that, normally when you have, you're closely monitoring first and second place and separated by only 3.5, 4 points, like what we dealt with here, you're talking about really one player being the difference. Not the case. You look at this second place lineup by Herm023, different quarterback. Justin Herbert went for about 36 points. Derrick Henry, not in that leading lineup. He's in this one, 39 points with 250 rushing yards to reach 2K this year. You also have Tyler Lockett went for 33. Mike Williams went for about 26. Isaiah McKenzie went for 30 plus. Different DST, different tight end. I mean, pretty much a different lineup almost across the board. Maybe 1 or 2 overlaps and still almost the same number of points.
Yeah, this was wildly different. And again, it's really funny and exciting to see all these lineups because these are not lineups that we were tracking. But to have Justin Herbert at QB, I think trumps all of the names that we were mentioning. Yeah, Isaiah McKenzie, who in their right mind is like, oh, he's going to go for 30.5 fantasy points today. 0.6 ownership, ridiculous call on Isaiah McKenzie. But Herbert at 7,100, I think was interesting. That's one that he was only 4.4% owned. The Chargers were expected to win pretty convincingly by the public here because they were playing the Kansas City backups. Yet for some reason, no one really decided to draft Justin Herbert. And it's not like Kansas City's secondary is that great, Koff. So I am a little bit surprised that he was only 4.4% owned. He almost touches 40 points. He gets you another rushing touchdown. This guy's been sort of a rushing touchdown machine. I mean, without the rushing touchdowns, Justin Herbert's season, which was already historic for a rookie, is still really good. And then you add in the fact that he's been able to run for touchdowns, and this thing just gets, incredibly more exciting. I mean, this is now 5 rushing touchdowns. He averages around 16 yards per game. So he has that other way that he can get you points, which is just tremendous. But I mean, Mike Williams and Justin Herbert was not the stack that I thought we were going to be talking about that won someone $100,000.
Building on what I was just saying with that second lineup, it's the same thing for the third place lineup. Tom Brady is in that one with about 35 points. Chris Godwin, 34. Antonio Brown, almost 40 with 2 touchdowns for him. Rob Gronkowski, not that he had a good day, but he's in there. Sterling Shepard went for about 37 points. I mean, it's fire emojis all over the place and so different. These lineups 1, 2, and 3 all finishing within 5 points of one another. Is this, I don't know, a case of week 17, a lot of players saving their best for last? I mean, can you remember a week? This doesn't happen every week. Can you remember a week in the NFL where you had this many different guys just absolutely go off?
No, I can't. And the irony is that I said, well, if Derrick Henry gets 50 points, then there's no way that he's not in the top lineup, right? And meanwhile, look at all these guys. Look at all the variation here of
would
people
have been
going
true,
off. Yeah, I mean, yes, but it, now with 30 points, it's not necessarily true. This is a stark contrast to, I don't know if you remember the FFWC, but this is a stark contrast to that week. And that was 2 weeks ago? You had Alvin Kamara with like 20 points. He was like 70% owned. I forget who it was. There was one 40-point scorer, and the rest of the week was just like whatever, So you had to have the one guy go off. And there's other weeks where we saw Dalvin Cook go for like 3 touchdowns before, and he has like 55 points, or, you know, a ridiculous performance by Mahomes. Like there's these guys that have been known to go off. Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson. You don't have the few guys that get the 40 to 50 points. You're not going to win the millionaire. And here we are in week 17, where it was the most unpredictable week, right? It's always the most unpredictable week. Now you have not only guys getting the fire emoji cough, but just you have 40-point performances, or, you know, pretty much 40-point performances everywhere. We are littered with 40-point performances. Sterling Shepard even got their almost 40 points. It's ridiculous. So it was certainly a wild week. And the fact, again, usually you see like 2 quarterbacks up at the top, like in the top 10 lineups. It's like there's a little variation. Brady, Herbert, Cousins, and Drew Lock, my man, all up all different lineups in the top 4. Kirk Cousins, you know, in 5th place, but and then Derek Carr manages to find his way to 7th. I mean, that the variation is just absolutely wild. And even Ryan Tannehill was in the 11th place lineup. So it wasn't. This is why it was fun, you know, because it wasn't. You didn't have to nail down on just 1 or 2 quarterbacks.
We're just minutes away from that Washington-Philadelphia game getting going in Philly. Alex Smith returning for that one, has Terry McLaurin, has Antonio Gibson as well. So, you know, gang's all there. Everybody's healthy after, you know, what had been kind of an up and down last few weeks here. Want to tell you about something DraftKings is doing and has been doing for the last couple of weeks. Just a really cool gesture. It's called Play for Nashville. It's a free charitable contest for this showdown. You can enter now. This free-to-play showdown contest in the lobby, by the way, so get in there. Washington against Philly to win DraftKings swag. Every player that enters this contest, DraftKings will donate $1 to the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee to help residents and businesses affected by the explosion in Nashville a couple weeks back. DK has already sent north of $100,000 toward that charity. And obviously all you got to do is hop in, play a free showdown, $1 effectively from you, though not specifically from you, from DK, sent off to that charity. Expect to maybe have another 80,000+ entries in that contest tonight. So jump in there. If you haven't seen it, it's in the lobby, it's available to you, and clearly great cause. But from the standpoint of DFS lineup construction, never mind who's going to win, who's going to lose, but you can offer me that as well. Who do you like in this game? I know you've been thinking a lot about building a lineup here.
Yeah, I did build a lineup, and I do like the football team here to stomp on the Eagles. I know that it feels like I'm cheating on the Eagles because I've been the guy every single week being like, the Eagles are going to make the playoffs. The Eagles are going to make the playoffs. And then all of a sudden it looked like they might, and now they're obviously out of the race. So I feel like I'm kind of going back on the team that I sort of, you know, fell in love with for no reason. But I do think that the football team here is just too good. This defense is elite. Alex Smith, you have to love the story. I mean, it's crazy that Alex Smith takes a backseat to John Wolford today. I mean, John Wolford's, I don't care. You know, Tony Gonzalez said on the pregame show, like, this would be the biggest story in the history of sports, which, like, you know, Leicester City. But, you know, this would be a great story. Alex Smith, somehow I think the Wolford thing is bigger today. But at any rate, it would be fantastic. You got to buy into Alex Smith. You know, he's been great. He's been managing these games for Washington. They're healthy. They have him. They have Antonio Gibson. And this Philadelphia secondary, man, they are so bad. They have so many bad cornerbacks, and Washington should have no issue here finding the points that they need to win. I don't think that they're really going to need many points, right? I mean, we know that this offense is not high powered, but the defense here for Washington is what wins them this game. So that's why that's where I think the game's going. That's why I wanted to play the Washington defense. Unfortunately, I didn't really find a way to fit him in. So I'm captaining Logan Thomas tonight. I definitely want to get Cam Sims in my lineup. I have him in another lineup. He played 100% of the snaps last week. They love him as a blocker. He's on the field all the time. He's going to get the targets, and he should match up. He should have a pretty good matchup. The one thing I'm going to look for is who's going to face Mikel Roby-Coleman, because he is very bad. I do think that it's going to end up being a little mix of Cam Sims and Steven Sims Jr., which is why I don't hate going to Steven Sims Jr. at $2,400 if you need the flexibility. But I have Logan Thomas, McLaurin, Antonio Gibson, Zach Ertz, he's going to be wildly owned. He's going to be in a smash spot here without Dallas Goedert and Steven Sims Jr. And then Logan Thomas is my captain. I love Logan Thomas today. He's going to find the end zone. and he should be part of the story tonight as the football team marches into the playoffs.
All right. Well, something to get you, wet the whistle, I suppose. You prepared to set those lineups if you haven't already for that game kicking off in a matter of moments. But other than that, Week 17 is all but done, folks. Just again, this is no pushover games. The reason it was flexed to the evening. Washington needing a win to clinch a playoff spot and win that NFC East. Otherwise, it is the Giants returning to the postseason. Someone had to win this division, folks, and we'll find out who it's going to be in just a little while. We want to thank everyone who's been part of day-long Leaderboard live coverage here on the DraftKings YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and Game Center, everywhere, wherever you're finding us, the various accounts and platforms. Everyone playing a great role in it. Those helping us specifically over the last few hours, producer Madison and Daniel and Jordan and Max and Howard, a whole bunch of people. We want to thank everybody for hanging out. Obviously, Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman. And don't go anywhere because Leaderboard Live is not done yet. You got Brendan Glasheen and Matt LaMarca coming your way to guide you through the next few hours. It should be a good time. Deuce, always a pleasure, buddy. Let's do it again in the playoffs.
Yeah, good to see you, man. I'm excited, man. This is when we ratchet into gear here. So I'm looking forward to some great matchups.
All right, folks, have fun.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Leaderboard Live is back. Brendan Glashee, Matt LaMarca. We have Sunday Night Showdown. Washington football team win and you're in. And the Philadelphia Eagles, who have nothing to play for but pride. Ownership numbers, LaMarca, are in for the $1 million Sunday Night Showdown. $250K to first place. I had to think how I said that to make sure that was right, and it was. Somehow, Jalen Hurts, highest owned, despite the fact that there are reports out there that he might not play the whole game. He actually might get pulled at some point in this one, 82.63%. And then respectively, Logan Thomas, Alex Smith, Gibson, and Boston Scott, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in terms of highest owned. What stands out to you?
I mean, Hurts certainly stands out. I did not think he would check in so highly owned following that report. From Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. It might have been out there from somebody else first, but he's sort of the biggest name that's running with that news. The Eagles clearly have nothing to play for here. It benefits them to lose the game. You know, they get a better draft pick in that scenario. I think they can get as high as number 6, maybe, if they lose this game. So I think that the Eagles are going to get a bit creative in terms of looking for ways to lose this game, which it feels weird to say against a division rival. You know, you would think, I'm sure the players are going to play hard. They're going to take the opportunity to knock a division rival out of the playoffs pretty seriously, but the coaching staff may get a little creative in terms of trying to weaken the roster throughout the game. And certainly they're entering the game already with a pretty weak roster with 9 guys ruled out for injury. So should be interesting. Washington moved to, pretty massive favorites in this game, despite initially being listed as 4-point underdogs on the advance line.
Mm-hmm.
So, everything is in Washington's favor tonight to ultimately get the win and advance to the playoffs.
Just looking at the Philadelphia Eagles and their injury report, no Miles Sanders, Dallas Goedert's out, Richard Rodgers is out, Alshon Jeffrey's out, Deshaun Jackson. What do you make of Zach Ertz's spot and the 42.42% ownership? Because there was a lot of attention on Ertz that maybe he'll have a chance to really flourish with Jalen Hurts tonight.
Yeah, I like Ertz. He's had 7 targets the past 2 weeks. He just hasn't really converted them into, much in terms of catches or yards, which is weird since Hurts has thrown for over 300 yards in each of his past 2 starts. So the thing about Philly is they are just so spread out in terms of their pass catchers. I mean, they legitimately have 2 tight ends, like 6 wide receivers, and 2 running backs that are all involved in the passing game. So now that we've got some of these guys either resting or, active but not expected to play very much in Alshon's case, it's just a bit more condensed for the guys like Ertz, the guys like Jalen Reagor, and if you want to throw Greg Ward into that conversation as well.
All right, we are off and running. The Philadelphia Eagles just punted a moment ago. So we'll see. Washington wins this game, and the football team is in the playoffs. If the Eagles pull this out, the Giants are in. What happens if they tie? Have we got that far yet, or do we not know that? Well, we'll figure that out.
A tie would be good enough for the Eagles because they'd be 6-9-1, and I'm pretty sure the Giants are 6-10.
Yeah, right. Because the Eagles have already tied this year, so they would be 4-10-2. That would be gross if they tie. Interesting. Well, we can figure that out when we step aside, and we'll join you again at the end of the first quarter here on Leaderboard Live. All right, we're back here on Leaderboard Live. First quarter in the books. 10-0 lead for the Washington football team. A win, and the football team is in. The Giants don't make the playoffs. The Washington football team, with the victory, clinches the NFC East title. Jalen Hurts has not completed the pass yet. 0 for 3. Has tossed an interception. We just got ownership here from producer Madison on Nate Sudfeld. 0.69% owned in the $1 million Sunday Night Showdown, $250K to first. I'm starting to wonder, maybe the Eagles just realized, let's go to the backup because Jalen Hurts does not look right.
Yeah, if you had Greg Ward passing yards over Jalen Hurts passing yards in the first quarter, cash that ticket, everybody. Clearly Hurts is better than Sudfeld. You know, like this is not we're going to bench him because we think that Sudfeld gives us a better chance of winning type of thing. It's just we want to protect Jalen Hurts. You know, that's the thing about these running quarterbacks is they do tend to get hurt, as we've saw with Kyler Murray today, and we've seen in the past with guys like Robert Griffin III. So it would be for protection purposes, and it would also be just to ensure that they're not going to win a meaningless game and ensure themselves a good draft spot.
Let's give the football team some credit. Alex Smith, 62% owned in the $1 million Sunday Night Showdown. Terry McLaurin, 53.4%. Those two connected for a score. Folks that had them in their lineups. Did you like McLaurin's spot coming in today?
Yeah, I did. I mean, the one thing about the Eagles, like the Eagles have a terrible defense, but the one thing that they do well is they rush the passer well. But with no Fletcher Cox and with no Derek Barnett, they were not going to be good in that department either. So I thought that Washington would be able to move the ball through the air. We saw that on the first drive. Smith was 9 for 10. It is clear that he is just such an upgrade over the other quarterbacks on Washington's roster, or not on Washington's roster anymore in the case of Dwayne Haskins. But, you know, he mixed it up. He got Cam Sims involved. He got Terry McLaurin involved. You know, he checked one down to his favorite Binky, J.D. McKissick. So it was a good drive from Smith. I'm expecting Washington to continue to take advantage of this Eagles defensive unit.
It's Maceo in first place by 0.1 points in the $1 million Sunday Night Showdown. Washington football team in the captain spot. He's got the Eagles DST in there. McLaurin, Smith, Thomas, and Hopkins. Second place has Boston Scott, someone you were high on. He's at 2.7 points, 57.5% owned. We'll check in at the half. Also look at the 200K play action and even review the sports book. Washington football team controlling the Eagles, a win for the football team, and they're in. We'll check back in just a bit. We are back on Leaderboard Live, halftime. Washington football team needs a win, and it's in the playoffs. They would get the NFC East. Brendan Glasheen, Matt LaMarca, 17-14. The score, looking at the $1 million Sunday night showdown, $250K to first. Right now it's a split, 12-way tie. Leading lineup, Cam Sims and the captain, Jalen Hurts, Terry McLaurin, Alex Smith, Logan Thomas, and Dustin Hopkins. In the flex. Let's start with this. LaMarca, what do you make of this current build?
Yeah, I liked Cam Sims. I thought that he would be underowned. He's kind of emerged as one of the go-to pass catchers for Washington. I mean, they have a bunch of guys who see a lot of targets each week, including Logan Thomas, Terry McLaurin, J.D. McKissick out of the backfield. But Sims feels like the forgotten guy in that group. And the fact that it is so condensed is definitely a positive for fantasy purposes. You know, like you look at the Eagles, they have like 15 different guys who are catching passes for them. Washington, you pretty much have 4 guys.
Right. Cam Sims, 5 catches on 5 targets. Logan Thomas and McLaurin with the touchdowns. And yes, for the Eagles, a total of 7 players. Can this build at the moment hold on? Or what's your confidence level in this build to hold on?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I do think if Hurts plays the full game, he's going to end up being the ideal captain. Over in our other contest, we're monitoring the 200K showdown. There's actually a better lineup in that contest, which has Hurts as captain. So we'll start to see if potentially some of these Eagles pass catchers can get a boost in value. You know, Jalen Reagor, the big news there is he picked up a concussion. He's out for the rest of the game. So that's going to open up some additional opportunities. Maybe you see Greg Ward. Maybe you see Travis Fulgham. Maybe you see JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Maybe you see Quez Watkins. So with no Reagor, I do think the door is open for somebody on this Eagles side as a pass catcher to start delivering some fantasy value.
All right, checking out the rest of the leaderboard. 13th place in the $1 million showdown has Alex Smith at captain. 14th place, McLaurin in the captain. And then a rather large tie for 15th with Logan Thomas in the captain, 9.4% there. He's still, it feels like, is still trying to get going. I know he's got the touchdown, but not as much volume there with Thomas. What are you expecting here in the second half? Does the football team pull away and get in the postseason, or do the Eagles spoil the fun?
Man, it really comes down to how Philly wants to approach this. If you buy this report that Jalen Hurts might get pulled at some point, it's hard to see them really being competitive. But with how that first half went, if they pulled Jalen Hurts, they would be getting so much heat in the Twitter sphere, in the sports media sphere. So it would be, I think, a very tough decision for them to make. As long as Hurts is out there, I think we're going to continue to see a competitive game. I mean, I do think Washington will ultimately be able to secure the victory. I feel like they've moved the ball more consistently on offense, but with Hurts at under center, the Eagles are going to, have the opportunity to generate some explosive plays.
He's been better. Of course, he's got the 2 rushing touchdowns. He's 5 for 9 since the 0 for 3 start in the first quarter. So 5 for 12 overall, 65 yards, 1 pick, and then 2 rushing touchdowns, 27 yards rushing for Jalen Hurts. It would also just send a bad message to the rest of the team, right? Just in terms of morale, you're in it, down 3, we're going to go to the backup. I don't see it. I think you're right.
I don't think I see it either, but you never know. You never know with these NFL teams. Who would have thought the Jets were going to win as 17.5-point underdogs the other day? You just never know.
Hey, man, that's why they play the games.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
That's why they play the games. That's why we're here. We also, I know I buried the lead, but if this ends in a tie, the football team gets into the playoffs.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And
got that from you.
Whoever wins the NFC East has a matchup with Tampa Bay and Tom Brady.
Tampa will travel to Philly or to Washington. Wow.
New York or Washington?
New York or Washington? What did I say?
Philly.
Oh, sorry. That's right. Philly's out. Yeah. So,
But yeah, I mean, either way, the Bucks are going to be favorites in that game. Probably sizable favorites if it's against the Giants. I could see them being, around a touchdown favorite in that contest. Against Washington, I would put the line more in that like 4 to 5 point range. But yeah, I mean, we've been blessed with some tremendous playoff matchups in the AFC. We'll probably get to those a little bit later on our show, but in the NFC, things aren't as fun. When you have a 6-10 or 7-9 division champ, plus an 8-8 wild card team in the Chicago Bears. So not as fun in the NFC, but once we get past that first round, then things should get interesting.
Hashtag blessed. That's
Bless
right.
up.
Okay. Second half is about to get going here in Philadelphia. 17-14 the score. We have a 12-way tie for first in the $1 million Sunday night showdown. And Cam Sims is in the captain spot, 1.3% owned there. So $39,000 being split among the 12 entries at the moment. We will come back at the end of the third. And actually, you know what? Before we wrap, what do you make of these odds here on the sports book? Right now, you got the Eagles +6, Washington -117, -6. You can get them there at -117. 53 is the over-under. 53.5.
Wow, that feels high.
Okay.
I know that they've combined for 31 points in the first half. I might look at the under at that number. I mean, that's a lot of value compared to where we were at pregame. The pregame total was 43.5, I believe. So 10 points. There's no guarantee that just because these two teams put up points in the first half, that they're going to put up points in the second half, especially with the uncertainty in what Philadelphia is going to do here. So I like the under. That's my play.
Okay. And yeah, just a heads up, folks, Jalen Reagor has been ruled out with the concussion. You mentioned that, but just who knows? Who knows who might emerge here in a meaningless game for the Eagles in the second half. Matt LaMarca, Brendan Glasheen, we will join you again at the end of the third, and we'll see if Washington continues to hang on or if the Eagles spoil the fun. We'll be back here on Leaderboard Live. All right, welcome back. DraftKings Leaderboard Live here on the Dream Stream. Brendan Glasheen and Matt LaMarca. The $1 million Sunday Night Showdown has a rather large tie, LaMarca. 109 way tie for first place. Logan Thomas has crept into the captain spot. 3 catches, 37 yards, and a touchdown, just over 19 points in the captain spot. 9.4% owned there. And then you have Jalen Hurts, Terry McLaurin, Alex Smith, Cam Sims, and Boston Scott. Boston, dude, in the leading lineup. This was someone you were interested in prior to the game starting with Miles Sanders out.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of the obvious play. He's 57.5% owned in general, 8.4 in the captain spot. He was going to be their featured runner with no Miles Sanders, and we've seen him succeed in that role in the past. So not surprising that he started to turn things on here a little bit. As for the rest of this lineup, it's pretty interesting, the construction. Thomas in the captain spot allowed you to get in that 4-man Washington stack with Thomas, McLaurin, Smith, and Sims, and then it left you enough salary for Hurts and Boston Scott. So even though there are more ideal captains at the moment than Thomas, it looks like that was really the only way that you could get Hurts, McLaurin, and Smith all in as utilities.
So, and Sims is the lowest owned in terms of who's in this winning lineup, 14.5%. The next lineup in gear here would be Jalen Hurts and the captain. And the lineup that's trailing is, just having a look, scrolling here, scrolling. They're down just 1.01 points behind. So a big fourth quarter for Jalen Hurts, and perhaps we'll get even more changes here. What do you think of the chances of that happening?
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that Jalen Hurts is not coming out of the game at this point. I'm not sure where that report came from. We kind of were skeptical of it before the game, and it turns out that, yeah, it was not true. So Hurts, I think, has plenty of opportunities to score more fantasy points. I like his chances of outscoring, any other player in this fourth quarter, given that Philly kind of is going to be in comeback mode. They just had a chance to put one in the end zone, but came up short on fourth down. So, yeah, I think these Hurts teams, Hurts at captain teams, are going to definitely make some noise here before this is all said and done.
All right, very good. Fourth quarter is underway. And again, if the Washington football team wins this game, even if it ties this game, because I got to keep bringing it up because I brought it up, if this game ends in a tie or if Washington wins, the football team captures the NFC East. With a loss, the Giants get the NFC East. So we'll see how this unfolds. It's up to Jalen Hurts to either spoil this for the football team or Washington will hold on and improve to 7-9. We'll come back at the end of this one, recap the game, and then, of course, based on the result, we'll find out who is hosting Tampa next week. We'll be back here on Leaderboard Live.